morning. Welcome to the December 8th Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to go into closed session. Thanks. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to our Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 8th, 2015. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So I just want to report out, this morning we had a closed session. It is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personal Matter Conference with Labor Negotiator Jude Hawkins, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Human Resources and Risk Management from DSA, Sheriff's Management Unit, and California Public Safety Employees, Surface Employees, International Union Negotiations, Human Resources Director, and there were no action taken. And then we also had a short discussion on public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. We'll be resuming closed session after our meeting today because we just didn't have time to go into that. So there was no action taken there at all. And with this, Supervisor Oliveira, a moment of silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, I attended a conference last week, and during that conference for CSAC, the unfortunate event occurred in San Bernardino. I'd like to take the moment at the request of the families, those lost, a moment of silence here, as every 58 county organization is going to be doing at this time for the next meeting. I'd like to happen now. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go into public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the board of supervisors. If the public comment is completed before a 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If the public comment is not completed within the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda or regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for remainder of comments to be heard. So it would be at the conclusion of the consent agenda. So we did turn that around, didn't we? Good. So this time I'm going to give 3 minutes, since we have a very long agenda today, for public comments.
Jason Bateser, Director of Environmental Health, and I just want to thank the board for taking that moment of silence regarding those lost last week. I just want to make an announcement that the State of California Directors of Environmental Health and Public Health Departments throughout the state, Arizona, Oregon, will be taking a moment of silence tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Our debris removal operations crews will also be recognizing that and recognizing those staff that were lost last week. There were, as you know, it was 14 environmental and public health staff. Some of my staff worked with those people. So just making that announcement to the board and to the public that we'll be taking time tomorrow at 11 o'clock throughout the state of California to recognize those people, those families, and our brothers and sisters in the public service, and recognizing their loss. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Anna Clark, Double Springs. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors, Caltrans, and the county for the big cluster mess that's created in Valley Springs. If you're going into Valley Springs around between 2:30 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it takes 10 minutes to make a left-hand turn. Thank you.
Tom DeFacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. On November 24, I submitted a Public Record Act request to Planning Director Peter Maurer for a copy of the December 2010 Interior General Plan. In a letter dated December 4, 2015, Assistant County Counsel David Sirius responded to my Public Record Act request on behalf of Director Maurer. That letter denied my request. The first reason for the denial was that the county no longer has a copy of the December 2010 Interior General Plan. This is not a problem. Mr. Mintier retains a copy of the plan and is willing to provide a copy of the plan to me if the county permits him to do so. The second reason was that release of the document to me would result in a complete misunderstanding of the 2014 draft general plan. I have a degree in planning from the University of California, Davis, and a law degree from the University of the Pacific. I have professionally participated in city and county general plan updates for over 20 years. I'm currently active in the general plan updates in El Dorado County and Amador County. I participated on behalf of the Calaveras Planning Coalition in the Calaveras County General Plan update since its inception in 2006. Do any of you really believe that I or the CPC will be confused by the content of the Interior General Plan? Is that really what you want to hang your hat on as a reason for denying my request? The third reason for the denial is that it would discourage candid discussion within the agency. The Planning Department's discussion of the Interior General Plan was both candid and public. The criticisms of the plan by then Planning Director Willis were made in public during a Board of Supervisors meeting in this very room. The letter back from Interior Harnish defending its work was also very public. The candid discussion cat is already out of the bag. Releasing the Interior General Plan now cannot hamper a candid discussion within the agency, for that discussion has already taken place. The fourth reason for the denial was that it would prematurely force the plan review process into the public arena. The plan review process is already in the public arena. Since July, at your direction, the Planning Commission has been publicly meeting on Thursdays to decide what it wants to add and remove from the 2014 draft general plan. Releasing or withholding the Interior General Plan will not change the public nature of that plan vetting process. However, it will prevent that public vetting process from benefiting from the wisdom provided by the professional consultants who moderated over 20 general plan meetings and were paid over $900,000 in taxpayer funds. I request that the Board of Supervisors place this matter on the agenda as soon as possible so that I can receive a copy of the Interior General Plan. The decision to dump Mintier was not yours. Nobody can blame you for that. Releasing the Interior Plan now would show your respect for the public's right to know. I pray that you will choose to walk this path of transparency and that the honor of your choice will follow you for years to come. Thank you, and God bless.
Greetings, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Will Moore. I live in Valley Springs in Rancho Calaveras. I'm here on behalf of the Calaveras County Democratic Central Committee to lobby for the release of the Interior Harnish draft plan as Mr. Encino just recommended. At the last, let's see. At the last meeting of the Board of Supervisors on November 24th, the Calaveras Planning Commission, in the person of Tom Infacino, Esquire, submitted a formal request to Calaveras Planning Director Peter Moore to release the document for public examination pursuant to the California Public Records Act. We support that request. Some years ago, Calaveras County employed the consulting firm of Mentier Harnish to prepare a general plan for Calaveras County in compliance with the government codes and the requirements of the Office of Planning and Research, the state's comprehensive planning agency. Mentier Harnish is a consulting firm specializing in planning, development, land use, and environmental issues. Their professional staff is experienced in all phases of community planning. They have served numerous agencies, counties, public agencies, organizations, and companies other than Calaveras County. Mentier Harnish drafted a general plan for Calaveras County and submitted that draft to the county planning department. That plan, which was crafted and financed under a contract to the public, is now being held a secret from the public. That secrecy is troubling. I should say half secrecy, because some of what they're doing is secret and some of it isn't. Let me remind the board that we here a few moments ago pledged allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. That republic has a constitution. That constitution has a general welfare clause in it. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution, the United States of America. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, import, excises, to pay the debts, provide the common defense, and general welfare of the United States. The preamble of the United States Constitution is a brief introductory statement of that government's fundamental purpose and guiding principles. It is a statement of this government's fundamental purpose and guiding principles. This government's purpose is to serve the general welfare of we the people of Calaveras County, and not to serve special interests, partisan interests, and factional interests of any group. In the process of creating a general plan, Mentier Harnish hosted town hall meetings throughout the county to get public input. I attended some of those meetings. There were hostile people there. At the time, I felt sympathy for those planners who had to work under a barrage of verbal abuse in a hostile environment for doing their jobs.
Excuse me, sir. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I too have concern about this report that we're not allowed to see. At the last meeting that I attended, I was really dismayed when I heard somebody make the comment, we don't want to go backwards. We don't want to look backwards. As soon as I hear somebody saying that, it causes me great concern. I wonder what someone's trying to hide, what someone's trying to cover up, or who someone's trying to protect. I think anything paid for with tax dollars deserves to be seen by the public. I understand this may have an impact on the big deal that the general plan. And if we're spending so much time and energy on the general plan, and this information may have influence on that, I think it's important that we be able to see it. I will always uphold the right of the public to know what's going on, because I don't believe in secret stuff. I don't believe in people keeping things under the wraps, unless it's dealing with perhaps a personnel issue. The public pays taxes. We have the right to see what is being considered. If nobody's seen this report yet, how can you say that it wouldn't be beneficial for the public to have? I would just encourage you to reconsider your decision not to release this information. I ain't saying that my last 2 connecting brain cells will be able to understand it, but I will read it over and over and over like I do now in order to understand something. So please reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Peter Ray's gentleman, thank goodness I don't have to be that diplomatic. I love people wrapping themselves in an American flag and the Constitution. And on that behalf, I would urge the board and everybody behind me, put together a general plan that you're willing to put in front of the people. Referendum. Let's see where it happens. How do they feel? Put it in front of the board. Put it in front of the people. Put it up for a referendum and let people vote on whatever you build. I challenge anybody, especially some of the people in the audience, do they have the physical attributes to go put it out in front of the public and vote on it? I'm all for it. Thank you.
Rosemary Wilson from McCullum Hill. I had thought a few months ago that we were nearing the end of the general plan and finalizing things, and then we had new personnel, and now it seems like I don't know where the general plan status is. It seems like it's going on for way too long, and we should be probably starting up a revision process of the plan that we should have had in place about 5 years ago. It just seems a big mess, and it just seems something that the professionals should be able to get a grip on and come up with something. On a different front, although I see the consent agenda resolution continuing the state of emergency, I was surprised not to see a line item regarding the Butte fire and what was being done. It's still out there. There are still people that are suffering. I decided to go and purchase a house in...
Item 13.
Yeah, but item 13?
Of the regular agenda.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Well, since I'm up here and I've got a couple more seconds, I just wanted to say that having purchased a house in Arnold, although I still have a home in McCullum Hill, I went about trying to get insurance. I chose a broker in Sonora, and a couple of days later I got the response where they are obliged to contact at least 3 insurance companies in terms of their due diligence for insurance brokerage. The company contacted 4 and finished up with a 5th, which is essentially an office through San Francisco, and Lloyd's of London is the underwriter there. The woman told me that never had she had somebody be declined from travelers, but that she had contacted 4 organizations that she deals with regularly, and Arnold is just impossible to get insurance from. Now, I didn't contact the company that I had insurance with in Mountain Ranch, but I just thought that you should be aware that it seems that they've essentially put a policy whereby they're certainly not willing to provide insurance to Arnold. Just wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs. And I just wanted to say I went to a lot of the Mittner Harnish meetings, and they were a sham. They had ringers at every table to guide people in the direction that they wanted to go. At the San Andreas meeting, I was fortunate enough to get to a table, and we were all for property rights. And sure enough, one of the people for the big government side, I believe it was Tom Vecino, sat at our table and tried desperately to guide us toward alternative B, or one of the alternatives that Mittner Harnish wanted. They advertised, they did a little bit of advertising towards alternative A, had a real big push for alternative D, and then a good push for alternative C. And our table didn't want any of those, and our group came up with alternative D, and we let some of the other people in the county know, and it caught fire through the county. And without any advertising or selling on Mittner Harnish's part, they didn't even acknowledge it. In fact, Mittner, or is it Larry Mittner, one of the head guys, they sent over Brenda to influence us to pick one of their alternatives, and he came over, and I felt he was bullying me that, oh, well, we're not back in the horse and buggy days, and to pick one of their alternatives, and we just didn't want anything to do with that. And so Alternative D did catch on. It got quite a bit of support without them pushing it. And if they had promoted that as they had promoted the other alternatives, it probably would have gotten a whole lot more support. But I think hiring Mittner Harnish was an absolutely huge mistake. It was divisive in our county, and what part of what ended up happening with that mentality of it's the government knows what's best for us is they attempted, and I have the document from the county, to redesignate my property. I live in an equestrian community of 5 acres, and they wanted to redesignate our area as for horses to be on 40 acres or more, and they wanted to redesignate my property for llamas, alpacas, sheep, and goats, as if they know what's best for me. I picked my property as equestrian property for horses, and 5 acres is plenty for a horse, and they think that they're so smart that they can decide that a horse should be on 40 acres. And this is their part of their big government centralized agenda, that to take more control of our property and decide what's best for us. And I don't want anything to do with the Mittner Harnish plan. We put it behind us. We're moving in a good direction now, and to go back to that mentality of they could tell us what to do is just not right. Thank you.
Good morning, Colleen Platt with MyValleySprings.com and the Calaveras Planning Coalition. We're not suggesting moving backwards in releasing the document. We just want to look at it. If it's so terrible that the consultant was fired, the public would like to see it. We've had people ask us, do you know why they're trying to hide the document? And of course we can't answer that because we haven't seen it. We don't know why. The public has a right to know what their government and their taxes paid for. And they have a right to try to understand why this work was considered so bad that the consultant was fired. This is the public business. This is the public interest in knowing what their government did. None of you were there at the time, so there's no political repercussions to releasing a document. The planning director wasn't even here at the time, so this doesn't reflect on any of you. We're just trying to understand what happened. There's no harm to the public interest in releasing this document. And as I say, this is the conduct of the public business. I think one of the grounds for refusal was that the document isn't available anymore, and that's not true. The document is available. The consultant is more than willing to release it. So we're just asking you to consider this and put it on your agenda for discussion. And just please keep the public interest in mind. Thank you.
Morning. Al Segalin, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to concur with Tanya Dowson regarding how that general plan was operating. And I attended the meetings. I didn't attend all the meetings, but I attended the one in Copperopolis and also in Murphy's, and I found the same pattern took place there. And we put together the alternative deed, which respects property rights. And it was recognized by Mintner Harnish, but was discouraged, and it didn't pass with that previous board. But the plot gets thicker. We're not actually through with Mintner Harnish philosophy. When we finish the general plan, it's going to go to a consultant. It's Remney, Moose, and Hanley. Very similar in viewpoint and ideology to Mintner Harnish. There's a particular person, Tiffany Wright, who will be working on this, where the county is going to give their documents to them for review with no future response by the Board of Supervisors. In other words, after their review, they could erase everything that's been done in favor of property rights, and the people will be without recourse. So we'd recommend that either change the consultant, first review their website, and particularly the background of Tiffany Wright, and if you concur that this is highly progressive, big government type thinking, if it's not too late, get a new consultant. If you can't do that, then when they finish their report, have that report be reviewed by the Board of Supervisors for final approval. Approval should come from the Board of Supervisors, not that outfit. They're not responsible for what happens in our county. Also, I'd like to compliment the Planning Commission and the work they've been doing. It's just been incredible, and also the abuse that people have been taking because they're trying to be careful, and they're really watching the words that are going in there. They're concerned about property rights, but not just property rights, but just common sense, respect for people, and I think it's just a blessing that they put the time in and the work in to try to do it right. Later on today, we'll have the opportunity to review the vision statement, which we think is just great. Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify and also make sure that Mr. Sakala is aware, Ramey Moose Manley is not our consultant. Ramey Moose Manley is outside counsel, and Tiffany Wright is an attorney. She is not a consultant that would be working on the EIR. There's some confusion because we have Ray Moose Manley, who is outside counsel, and then Rainey and Associates, who is the consultant who's been under contract. So the Ramey versus Rainey has been a source of confusion for many people. But Tiffany Wright is outside counsel. She is not a consultant. She's just legal counsel. Legal counsel only advises. Ultimately, the board would be. The board makes final decisions.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments? All right, let's move on to the regular agenda. Okay, so first item is Administrative Office presentation by In-Home Support Services, IHSS Advisory Committee.
And Jennifer Grabowski, who is the chairperson of the In-Home Support Services Advisory Committee, will be making the presentation.
While we're waiting for them to set up, we're going to, our county council would like to make an announcement on a particular item that was going to be on our agenda that isn't going to be on our agenda for today.
Well, the board has previously directed, typically this is something that I would during the announcements at the end, but the board had previously directed our office to bring forward the discussion in the study session regarding medical marijuana. I do see that there are quite a few people that are interested in that topic that are here today. It was not on the agenda for today. There was some discussion that the intention was for it to be discussed today, but it was not agendized for today's meeting. The intention is to have it on the board meeting for the 22nd. That is the next board meeting that we are meeting. So it will be agendized, properly agendized, but I wanted to make sure that there was ample notice to everyone on both sides of the topic, rather than just the 72-hour notice that you would receive through the agenda. So I want to make sure that everyone is clear that it will be on the agenda for the 22nd to discuss a potential ordinance, just get a study session to get direction on how the board would like for us to proceed. But that item will be on the agenda for the 22nd. Okay.
I wanted to bring that out early just in case somebody was waiting around for something to happen on it and it's not going to, so I don't want to waste anybody's time. Okay.
Are we ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, first of all, for your time. My name is Jennifer Grabowski. I am the chair of the IHSS Advisory Committee for Calaveras County. I'm qualified to sit on the committee because of work that I do. I'm an independent living specialist for Disability Resource Agency. Some of the activities that I do in my job that qualify me to sit on the committee would be referring people to IHSS, helping them to learn the skills to manage a provider, helping them find a provider, advocating for the consumer, and assisting them with fair hearings. I'm qualified to do my job because I'm a person with a disability. I am severely hearing impaired. I lost my hearing when I was 27 years old. I had already gone to college and gotten my first job and had a couple of kids, and so somewhere in the process of learning to move through life in a different way, I became an advocate for people with disabilities. So that is why I'm here today. As an accommodation for my hearing loss, I have a committee member sitting here in my line of sight. So if I can't hear a question or I'm not able to discern what's going on, she's going to help me by relaying information. And sometimes it's a little laborious, and I apologize, but that's the only way I can understand. So thank you. So what I would like to do today is take about 25 minutes or 30 minutes of your time. I'd like to do a short review of the IHSS program for everybody in the room and everybody who might be watching. I want to do a review of our advisory committee activities, challenges, and goals. I'd like to update you on changes to the IHSS landscape, and I have some requested action items. So to begin with, what is the function of the IHSS Advisory Committee? We believe our job is to understand and investigate all the aspects of the program and the environment in which it operates in Calaveras County and bring that information to you. You all have a lot of things that you have to pay attention to, and so if we can digest some of that information and bring it to you on a regular basis, we feel that that's our job and that's useful. Our job is to outreach. I forget my slide, sorry. Our job is to outreach to the community regarding IHSS services, to draw attention to the program and to the advisory committee and explain its function. And we are here to advocate for the interests of the IHSS community. The population that IHSS serves is often marginalized. They don't sometimes have the ability or the knowledge or the confidence to advocate on their own behalf. So we are here to do that. The In-Home Supportive Services Program is a program unique, my slides again, a program unique to California, which uses Medicaid, state and county funding to provide consumer-driven in-home care to those who meet the program criteria. It's unique because in California, providers are allowed to choose their, consumers are allowed to choose their own providers. The most similar state that I know of is New York, and they just recently amended their program to allow brothers and sisters-in-law to be providers. In California, you can have your parent be your provider or your spouse, someone who's very close to you and who you trust. So we're unique in that way, and it's a great program. So I don't know if everybody always realizes how lucky we are in California. Providers perform such tasks as meal preparation, bathing, oral hygiene, grooming, dressing, laundry, and routine cleaning. And I am not an expert even on IHSS, so I might be missing some things, and there may be some comments later that I'm learning as I go. In practice, IHSS caregivers are often the only lifeline for our most vulnerable population. They do things that require a lot of trust between the provider and the consumer, and consumers depend on them beyond what they're even paid for. Almost every provider I've ever known has done work on their own time to take care of their consumer. In Calaveras County, we have, as of October 2015, 388 consumers. And this graphic is broken down by area of social worker responsibility and not by supervisor's district, but you can kind of get an idea. They're spread pretty evenly around the county. And I'd like you to keep that 388 number in your head because it's going to come up later. As for providers, as of October 2015, we have 294 total providers in the county and 67 on the registry. So what does it mean that a provider is on the registry? The Public Authority Registry providers have completed mandatory training. They've had a face-to-face interview. They've submitted references and identification to demonstrate that they can work in this country, and they've completed multiple background checks. So some things to know about the IHSS program. IHSS consumers are elderly, blind, or disabled. So that is a large gamut there. What does that mean? I'm disabled. Do I need an IHSS provider? I don't. You have to have a personal care need, some activity of daily life, taking care of yourself that you cannot do on your own. IHSS allows consumers to remain living independently in their own homes, which has been proven to be much less expensive than skilled nursing facilities or assisted living environments. So it's really the best choice for everybody to keep these people in their homes. IHSS consumers are typically very low income. So I can say very low income, those three words, and it doesn't even really convey what it's like to, for instance, live on $889 a month, which is what the maximum amount of SSI is if you are not homeless. These people have to make choices, difficult choices every day to survive. IHSS consumers use and manage their providers in California. IHSS providers in Calaveras County are paid $10 per hour, and many are a lifeline for their consumers. As of January 1st, 2016, you're probably aware that $10 an hour will be minimum wage again. When I started learning about the IHSS program, it was difficult for me to figure out exactly what was going on. So I sort of broke it down here so that you can see the federal government. These are the components of IHSS. The federal government provides Medicaid funding. The state of California determines the program design and provides additional funding. The governing board supervises the program in our county, and the county provides matching funding. About 15% of IHSS costs come from the county. The public authority maintains the registry list. They provide training, and they negotiate with the union. At least that's the way I understand it. Social services, IHSS social workers do initial needs assessments. They determine the number of hours that any given consumer will get, and they visit consumers a minimum of 1 time per year. And the advisory committee has the key task of understanding the whole program and making recommendations to the governing board. Just as an illustration of what we're dealing with here, in October of 2015, there were 36,304 hours of service provided in Calaveras County, and the program is growing month over month. Our present committee is 5 current or former consumers, 1 current or former provider, 3 members of the general public. The intended membership is 6 current or former consumers, 1 current or former provider, and 4 members of the general public. What I'd like to do now is have my advisory committee members that are here go ahead and stand up so that you can be recognized. And we would never get anything done without the dedication of our members. Thank you very much. Everybody has a job on this committee. People don't just come and sit for the meeting and go home. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we've been pretty successful in getting it started, at least. So our recent activities, prior to this year, we had trouble with even the most basic functions. We had trouble getting a quorum in our meeting. We had trouble completing basic activities. And I can understand why people would feel defeated. Why come to a meeting and sit there and spend your time if you're not going to be able to do meaningful work? So what we've been able to do in the last year, and it's been no small job, is to establish a functional committee. We have a quorum every month. We're able to, as you'll see with the rest of this list, we're able to complete some things. We're functional, so I'm very proud of that. We've updated our resource flyer, and I think you may have copies of that. George, did you give them? Yes? Okay. We worked diligently to produce a letter to our governing board regarding provider pay and benefits, and as a summary, going back to that, it was a comparison of provider pay and benefits in Calaveras County relative to other small rural counties and relative to the funding picture as a whole. We did ask that you consider a provider pay increase at that time, and I'm going to ask again today. We did a provider survey. We sent it out to every provider, and what we mainly learned from that is how not to do a survey. So we won't do that next time, but we did get about 85 responses, and we were able to make contact with our providers, which was great, and we were able to learn some things. We got some people who were interested in serving on our committee, so I was happy with that. We had a table at the Dignity Health Fair just to let people know, hey, we're here, this is what we do. We did some outreach to the union, SEIU Local 2015. The reason it was outreach is because the union has been largely inactive in the last several years, and our providers have been working for 4 years at least without a contract. So we reached out. County staff was concerned that perhaps our activities would be construed as bargaining. So what we have developed is a waiver of bargaining that will be read every time we have a meeting with the union so that no one is under the impression that we're bargaining. We're just seeking information and understanding. And that's it. So we're going to read that and sign it every time. And then another thing that we did was we identified and we pursued butte fire aid for IHSS consumers and providers. There was $25,000 on the table, and we made an attempt to get that for our people. So some of the challenges of the advisory committee are recruitment and membership. As I said, we've been challenged, and there are good reasons that we've been challenged. Consumers in general, and I'm generalizing, not every consumer is going to be this way, but consumers in general are very low in income. I know of consumers on my committee who have had to make choices between buying food and coming to a meeting. So that's the sacrifice that they make to do that. They're ill or they're disabled. They probably don't feel well some of the time. There's travel difficulties. If you're living on $889 a month, can you afford a car? Can you afford to drive your car? If you can't, how do you get to the meeting? You know, are you able to take public transit? So there's challenges there too. And to be honest, I think it's an intimidating environment. It can be an intimidating environment for me. So if they're coming in cold, they're probably afraid to speak up, and it's a miracle that they're there at all. For providers, they're also low income. They make basically minimum wage. They're busy with their consumers during the day when we have our meetings, and they're probably mentally and emotionally exhausted because caregiving is an exhausting job. So that's one of our major challenges. It's something I'm going to ask you to do something about at the end of this meeting. Another challenge that we have is communication and cooperation with the public authority and social services. When I first was appointed to this committee, I heard a lot from both sides about the problems that were there. And it is a historical lack of confidence on both sides. I set all of everything I heard aside because I didn't know. It wasn't part of my experience. I didn't have any proof either way. And I have to say that I believe my committee is correct in that there has been a meaningful lack of cooperation. An example of that would be the Butte Fire funding that we were seeking. We wanted information and statistics about IHSS consumers and providers and the impact of the fire. We started asking 2 weeks after the beginning of the fire, and as of mid-November, we were still being told that no information was available. So we were all in an unprecedented situation during the fire. And so why would this be any different? Everything was kind of, up in the air. The reason that we know that there was information available because Bonnie received a phone call about her consumer on the second day of the fire. And I went to a meeting in Amador County, and I sat next to the social worker who was making those calls the first and second day of the fire to determine what the welfare of our IHSS consumers. She's now an APS supervisor in Amador County. And she told me all about, she was proud of everything they had done. So I don't really understand why they couldn't tell us what they had done. Why? So that's a question that and I don't mean to kick staff women down, right? Everybody's having a hard time with this fire. But I think it's indicative of the lack of cooperation that has been in existence. So
Jennifer,
I would like to...
Can I interrupt just for a minute? Maybe you should go back and maybe you did and I just missed it. Describe the public authority structure a little bit. I don't know if the whole board knows what that is.
Well, I have...
That seems to be the
Let me
problem.
see if I'm going to cover that. You want me to describe the public authority structure?
Well, you're talking about a problem that occurs with the public authority. Nobody knows. Not everybody knows what that is, so you might want to go over that
The
now.
public authority, sorry, I want to make sure that I heard you correctly. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. The public authority is of 2 people, and I described their tasks already. But there's another component there too, and it's the Health and Human Services IHSS program. To be fair, we received an apology on our November 30th meeting from the program manager, and I did appreciate that, and I thought it was a stand-up thing to say, hey, we're sorry. My concern is that that in the future we get more cooperation. So. Does that, I don't know what else to say about the public authority.
Let me just clarify. So the public authority is designed to manage the registry. So when there's mention there of 67 folks who work for the registry, they manage that in regards to doing the background checks, managing their time, their schedules, this sort of thing for the IHSS clients.
They are, I'm sorry, that's kind of a summary of what the Public Authority and Shirley might add to that.
The Public Authority was established to act as the employer of record.
Yeah.
When legislation was passed in the early 2000s, it required each county to establish an employer of record for collective bargaining reasons, as well as to form the registry and do a number of other things. So when Calaveras County looked at what the options were to establish the employer of record, it was the recommendation to the board, and the board agreed to establish the Public Authority. And they do. They maintain the registry, they do the background checks, they do the training, and they also act as the employer of record and either hire or contract or pay for HR or consultants to do those negotiations with the union regarding contract uses.
Thank you.
And the public, just to clarify a question I have there, the public authority is...
Each of you, as you're trying to speak, could you really pull in close to your mic so we can hear?
She's my advocate. I don't always ask for when I need to be able to hear.
Sure. Okay. So what I was saying was, or I could speak up so you can hear me. So my question is, the public authority works underneath the Health and Human Services Department, or is it separate?
It's a separate entity, but the manager of the Public Authority reports to the Director of Health and Human Services and to the board, the governing board of the IHSS Public Authority, which is the Board of Supervisors. It's a symbiotic relationship because the IHSS program under social services does the eligibility, determines the needs. The Public Authority does the registry. A vast number of our providers are family members or somebody that the consumer has chosen, but they can also, if they have nobody that they want to act as their provider, they can go and pull somebody off the registry that has had the background check, the training, etc.
Exactly. Thank you. I want to make it clear, though, that we ask multiple people, multiple committee members asked multiple people in the agency, and we were not able to get any information. So it was even suggested to me that I go to the union because they might have that information. So we have that information. I don't understand. Anyway, I'll get over it. So what are the goals of the advisory committee? Continuous recruitment of members. So we're in an environment where our members are sick or disabled. I made a phone call to all of our members to tell them that our presentation to the Board of Supervisors had been changed. And I called one of our members, Paul Meyer. He answered the phone. He was in ICU. He's in Mark Twain convalescent right now. So that's the environment that we operate in. So we need continuous recruitment of members all the time. We need to be educating. We need to be asking. We would like to do a consumer survey. Some of the things that we'd like to know are, what are consumers' problems and concerns with IHSS? We'd like to know what the program is currently doing right, because I'm sure that there are a lot of things that they're doing right already. We'd like to know what the impact is of the overtime law changes, and I'll get into that a little bit later. We'd like to do a newsletter. We'd like greater community involvement and education. Specifically, we're looking at doing some training surrounding fair hearings. How does a consumer ask for a fair hearing? When do they ask? Where can they get help with that? We'd like to have quarterly contact with our governing board. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to come here every 3 months and talk at you for an hour, but it means that we'd like to have some sort of communication, 4 times a year to keep you abreast of the situation with IHSS. We'd like improved communication with the Public Authority and Social Services, and we would really like to assist in shaping and executing the response to the Fair Labor Standards Act changes. We'd like to assist with provider recruitment, and we'd like to take a look at the dispatch process. What happens when a consumer calls and asks to be referred to a provider? How fast does it happen? What do they consider? What is the effectiveness of the process? So we would like to take a look at all those things. So now the review is done. This is an update, this part now. Calaveras County IHSS providers are now covered by a newly formed union. Previously, there were 3 unions in California that represented IHSS workers, to my understanding. Whichever union served us previously had been inactive, and just this year they transitioned nursing home workers and IHSS workers in 37 California counties into this new SEIU Local 2015. So that's a huge change to the landscape. We reached out, we had a contact with them. I think that we've been paying attention to what they've been doing. They've been really listening to their members. The reason it's important to us is because a provider's life also affects a consumer's life. So if a provider is represented, if a provider is taken care of, if a provider is paid and they have benefits, their consumer is going to be better off. And more consumers will be able to find providers. That's why that's important to us. So we're keeping an eye on that, and I think that our assessment is so far so good. Yeah. The other major change is that the courts have decided that the Fair Labor Standards Act overtime rules apply to IHSS providers, and that hasn't been the case previously. So we have to be compliant with that by February 1st, and we're going to...
Excuse me, can I interrupt for a moment? County Council, are we in an area of negotiations here with the SIEU, or are we just... I'm questioning, or do we have this conversation with this information?
I think he's just making sure.
We are in negotiations with SEIU, but for purposes of this, I would be hesitant to discuss requests for changes in any contract, but right, this is purely a presentation of information.
And plus, the overtime rules are not something that was developed by outside.
I understand. I just want to make sure that we're on solid ground here.
And this is not the SEIU that we're currently negotiating with. This is a separate.
It's a separate SEIU. As long as it's a separate SEIU, then we should be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. I respect that. So violations will be forced by May 1st, and it's my understanding that we are not ready. And I don't think the county is to be blamed for not being ready, because they kept going back and forth. There was a decision and then an appeal and a decision and an appeal. So the state released an all-county letter on December 1st. It promises another all-county letter with specifics. And it also promises funding to hire additional staff for implementation. The net effect of all of this is going to be that we need more providers. There are some consumers who have a lot of IHSS hours, and they have one provider. And the result of this overtime change is that providers are limited in how many hours a week they can work. So that one consumer that has a lot of hours is going to have to hire another provider. Another situation that we have is caregivers, providers who have multiple consumers. They are now going to be limited to the number of hours a week that they can work, and the travel between consumers is going to be limited to 7 hours a week, so basically an hour a day. We need more providers. That's the bottom line. There was a sentence in the all-county letter that caught my eye, and I'm going to quote it. Counties are expected to work with their public authorities to facilitate and complete outreach activities for the purpose of increasing the provider registries and hiring additional providers. So that was the one that I highlighted right there. Okay, so almost done. 3 requested action items. We request that you consider an increase for providers and put an emphasis on growing Calaveras County's providers registry. We ask you to let it be known that your expectation is that the committee, the public authority, and social services work together positively and productively with a free exchange of information. And we ask you to actively seek advisory committee members in your district. Hand out applications, identify prospects, and please refer them to us or me. You all have my business card, So, and that's all I have for my planned remarks. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions with Bonnie's help if you have some.
Thank you.
Do I have any questions from the board?
I'd just like to say that this last year it's been a pleasure to work with this committee. I think it's grown a lot in a lot of different ways. And I think Jennifer had on there the functional part of it was a big key component. I support these action items. I think it's important that we have folks who are willing to serve on this particular committee, and that seems to be the greatest need because our committee members do fluctuate due to a number of different reasons. And I think that's important in getting our work done at the advisory level by having a full committee and an active committee at all levels. And, you know, I think there's much improvement that has been in the last couple of years, and I just look forward to that continuation of improvement with everybody working together.
Any other board comments? Public comments?
Hello again, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I think we're in good hands with the people I know that are working on this. They could probably be considered the county committee on kindness because they seem to be very active in affairs of people helping people. As the Taxpayer Association is not really clear from the presentation exactly what the funding sources are from and the amounts from the federal government and from the state government. It's true that I think that the general plan is not spending any money. However, there is tax money moving around. And also, my wife and I took care of her mother for 8 years at elder care, which is probably similar to this. And from time to time, we had family members and sometimes neighbors that we actually paid to give us a break and take care of her over that period of time. I noticed there's an item on the display that talked about violations. Now, would those violations being complicated would be non-union people providing services for elder care, or is the violation something else? So perhaps with the answer to those questions, the taxpayers would have a clearer picture of what's happening. The cost to administer, and the source of funds, and the amount of funds.
Okay. Any other public comments? Do you have an answer for some of that?
Violations, in the context that I used it, refers to overtime laws. It doesn't refer to who a provider can be. It refers to whether or not they get paid overtime for the work that they do over 40 hours a week. And Bonnie Newman, I'm sure, can tell us exactly what the funding sources are. Are you ready to do that? Yes.
The violations entail not understanding your timesheets. If you fill out your timesheets incorrectly, they're planning on violating us. I think 3 or 4 violations that and they've changed our timesheets every 6 months. So this may be a hardship for not only some consumers, but also some providers on what is expected with this new overtime ruling and how to fill out the timesheets. So after 3 or 4 violations, you can't be a home care provider for a year anymore. So it's really kind of a petty thing that they're talking about in violations of the timesheets. The funding is approximately 56% federal money that comes through Medicare. It's approximately 28% of state funds and approximately 15% of county money that go into the pot that pay the providers their wages and conduct the other activities in IHSS and the public authority. And if we're talking about 338 consumers, they average about 80 hours a month. So we're talking about $4 million coming into our county from federal, state, and local sources to fund this program. And it might be more than $4 million. It's not a small program, but our contribution on the county level is pretty minimal. If you spend $1 of county money, you get $6 back in federal and state monies that can be spent in our county.
Good.
Any other questions for Jennifer or George or myself? I know it's all clear as dirt now here, but it took a long time for us to figure out all the intricacies of this program because there are so many sources, funding sources, and programs involved. So,
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Could you tell us when your advisory board meets and where?
That's an excellent question. We meet the fourth Monday of the month. Excuse me, I've been corrected. The last Monday of the month, and we have been meeting at the Senior Center because it's been difficult to get the Sequoia room.
At what time?
Did I answer your question?
10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
We hold it to a 2-hour meeting, 10 to noon.
I'd like to make a comment, George Fry. The key thing that I think the members of the board need to know is that the public authority personnel report directly to you, and that we as an advisory committee report to you. And we will be developing, and when Jennifer said that we will report quarterly, hopefully this will continue on and on and on as we make improvements. And I agree with Supervisor Ponte. We've come a long ways, and it doesn't seem like it, but we've really developed some really good things, and I'm excited about that and the fact that we're going to do a lot more in the future. But once again, the key is that you now, this board, has been reviewing applications and making appointments, and that wasn't the way it was before. Somebody else was reviewing the applications, and then you were making appointments. But now the board reviews the applications and makes the appointments, and you are the body that the public authority and the committee reports directly to. Thank you.
Marty Crane, I hadn't planned to say anything, but I'd really like to just say that we all know that we're all working on many, many different projects and efforts and needs in the county on different subjects, and we all know how much effort goes into that. This is one of those things, but this is a critical need in the county, and it impacts our most vulnerable residents. And there's a lot to know, a lot to learn. I'm very excited about Chris and then Debbie, and before that, Supervisor Walensky being there, encouraging us. And I've watched over the last few years how the folks on the committee have become more and more empowered. So lots more to come. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Thank you, Jen. Janet Clark. I used to be a member of the advisory committee. When I resigned, I requested that an agenda and the minutes of the meetings be sent to me. To this date, I have not received one. Thank you.
I apologize. I'm also honored to be the secretary. I didn't know that. I'll make sure that happens. Thank you.
Jan Clark, that was not intentional. I can promise you that. We're just
Ma'am,
less
could you speak
organized
into the
than we
microphone,
want
ma'am?
to be.
Could you speak into the microphone? I couldn't understand you. Could you speak into the microphone? I couldn't understand you.
He wants you to stand here and talk right into the microphone.
You can do that.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted Jan to know that that was not intentional at all on any level.
All right.
We're just less organized than we would like to be sometimes.
In the past, it was required that a written request be made to the committee in order to have that information. So if that hasn't been done, that's probably the reason Jan Clark didn't get her information, because it wasn't done in writing.
Okay. Okay, you guys. We've done really good to this point.
Yeah.
Time out.
Just look at some numbers over here. The county spending about $600,000 already. 56% of it is federal, 28% state, and 15% county. Round numbers, 600,000. So, I mean, I appreciate volunteers, and I think it's a very good cause. I would support it. I'm not going to swear to it, but we're looking at about $600,000 the county spending on in-home care already. I just want you to know. Okay. It's a good cause, and I'd rather see the money go to that cause than a whole bunch of other ones. But we are spending a nice hunk of change. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comments? All right. Jennifer, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very good.
But
I'm sorry. Oh, Steve wants to say something else, too.
Okay, and maybe the secretary can help out with this.
Sorry.
And I try to get all my committees looking at these. We have a new setup on the county website, and I refer to it a lot. Like right now, I don't. If you look at it, it says 13 members in total, 1 vacancy, 7 becoming available. But the old county website used to tell us what district we're in, and that's how we get the members to the committees. If we know that we have a vacancy in it, we'll kind of jump on that. And I'm not sure, maybe call the board clerk to initiate how to facilitate getting that proper information on there. And also this says the committee meets bi-monthly from 10 to 12 in the Sequoia room of Calaveras Works and Human Services. You don't meet twice a month, do you? No. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what I'm suggesting is because I'm the alternate member here, but I haven't been to other than 1 or 2 maybe, and but I do watch this, and if I know I've got somebody, I start working on as best I can.
Thank you for that.
So I guess the message there is maybe every once in a while make sure that all information that's went out to the public is currently updated so that if we have the best chance possible of getting the buy-in.
We'll do it right away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a clarification on the membership of the committee, it's not by district. The makeup is required by consumers, providers, and general public. Unlike other committees and commissions, it's not by district.
And something to consider also is a consumer does not necessarily have to be an IHSS consumer. They can be a person who has come out of the hospital and with their insurance or private pay has made themselves a consumer of home care services. So it doesn't have to be an IHSS consumer or an IHSS provider. It can be in the private sector also.
All right.
So we would like to encourage you all in each district to reach out to those people that you know may have needed services or may have provided services or are interested in any way in home care services to participate. One project that I have had in mind is creating a list of private pay providers so that they're available to people that don't meet the criteria of IHSS. Maybe they make $1,500 a month, but they still need someone to come in and throw the rotten food in the refrigerator away so they don't get food poisoning, or clean up their house to the point they don't get infections. So that's also to be considered on this committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Monty. So you guys could, maybe periodically send out a little request to each supervisor on what your needs are so that we can pass it along. That would be really helpful. And then, we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I have to do something. I have to.
That's the size of the next iPhone. Another reason why I'm not going to get one. This one's perfect for me, but one that big, I'm not going to know it.
Well, I got a tablet, but this is,
Okay, on to our next item.
Good morning. Sam Lee, Chief Probation Officer, and today I'm here as the Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP. The reason I'm here today is we were due for our annual update of our CCP implementation plan, which is basically our plan that goes to the Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, saying how we're spending all of the state money for our local community corrections partnership. This plan looks very, very similar to the plan that was passed last year. We were behind the curve last year and very late with our plan. Now we're catching up to where we're getting it submitted on time with the BSCC. So this is the second year in a row that we will ultimately have a plan submitted to the BSCC on time. The submission of that plan, along with the survey that we are required to do for the BSCC, gives us another $100,000 per year that then go into our CCP fund balance. So that's kind of the incentive for us doing it and getting it done on time. This year's plan, hopefully you've had a chance to review it. In past years, we've had major changes from first starting the day reporting center a few years ago to having a private contractor run that, and then to taking it over to a county-run day reporting center. This year, there are less major changes, and it's really more a process of refinement, getting it fully staffed. So from a staffing and supervision standpoint and treatment standpoint, I'll update that as of Monday, we will actually be fully staffed in the AB 109 Day Reporting Center unit for the first time since I've been here. So that's a great thing. That means that our supervision ratios of how many offenders each probation officer is supervising have decreased. That means that all of the offenders who are participating at the Day Reporting Center receiving treatment and have access to a licensed mental health clinician. As of Monday, we have our clinician starting in the jail. This is in addition to the clinician that you've already probably heard about that's at the jail doing more triage work. This clinician will be the one that's proactively working on the offenders who are in there longer term, preparing them for re-entry into the community, doing longer term stuff with them. So they'll be getting treatment at the jail, then once they hit the day reporting center, then once they're out in the community. So it's kind of a continuous process now as of Monday. So we're very excited about that. Also should mention that we're excited to have the partnership with the jail. I know Captain Ballard's here. And also excited to boost treatment in there and address, mentally ill offenders in the jail. Huge federal, statewide, and local issue. So I think we're ahead of the curve on that now. Other things that are in the plan this year, some of our goals, now that we've got the core services for supervision and treatment in place, really looking at taking our data analysis to the next level. Probation's new client management system, which the board, or I think CAO Ryan approved recently. We have a new client management system going in next Friday. We'll be live with that, which means we'll have real-time data for the first time in our department's history, where we can look at recidivism just so much quicker than we ever could before, and hopefully come back to you guys with some pretty intriguing presentations in the near future. Victims is another goal, looking out for victims in this year's plan. I know that DAU is working on hiring a full-time person out of the AB 109 funds to specifically, look out for the victims and seek victim restitution and all those kind of things. And then finally, just a very quick overview. I will fly through this and then take questions at the end. But these are some of the things that are being funded that are highlighted in this plan. Alternative sentencing, things like electronic monitoring that help keep the jail population down for people who are eligible. Anger management counseling and domestic violence counseling that's provided at the Day Reporting Center. Cognitive behavioral therapy, which includes several of the treatment groups that you guys have heard about over the years, like Courage to Change, also moral recognition therapy, and then this year we've added in changing offender behavior. Again, I won't get into the nuances of each treatment group, but they're all cognitive behavioral based, working on offender stops to change their actions kind of treatment. Education, we're still funding the GED preparation for testing. Housing, for those that are coming out of prison, mostly the PRCS offenders don't have a place to go. We've been able to help with some temporary sober living arrangements out of this plan so that people aren't just homeless and committing more crimes. That is a limited program, but so far it's been successful, and we've actually seen some successes. One that comes to mind where he's done better for a longer stretch than we've ever seen without violations. And sometimes that helps, so I don't like to fund a lot of it, but I like it to be available when the need's truly been assessed. Incarceration, there is some money going to the jail for correctional officers in here due to the increased workload. Job skills training, I still think this is probably our weak point and something that when we come back for the 16-17 plan, we have several irons in the fire, if you will, that I'm not ready to publicly discuss, but we have ideas that we think can build up the employability of some of the offenders that go through all these treatment programs and then are in a position where they're employable at the end. It only goes so far to give them GED skill or get them prepared for a GED or even get them employment skills. What we really want is a program that will take offenders and actually give them a chance to work and so on, so they can become contributing members of our society. We now have a meditation group over there, mindfulness meditation. It's not a cornerstone program, but for some offenders that have significant trauma histories, being able to still their mind, that kind of stuff is really helpful. We're offering parenting classes to the offenders at the DRC. So some of them that are parenting teenage kids, that can be a trigger. I mean, it's really difficult if you spend a lot of time incarcerated and then you come home and try to take back over your family. It takes a little support there too, so we've included them with our parent project group so that we're not just focusing on parents of our juvenile probationers, but we're also focusing on the parenting skills of adult probationers. And so far we've had some success with that. We're highlighting that program. We've had more probation officers trained to facilitate it, so on. Let's see, what else? Substance abuse, I should mention those guys. Our behavioral health department has been great. They've given us a stable presence with substance abuse counselors over there. That's also being funded out of realignment. I know that Neil and Rob and some of these guys that you see over here on occasion just do a fantastic job. Transportation, we have drivers taking them around. Usually it's extra higher probation aids, but some of that is being funded out of here too, so that when we have offenders that really don't have the means for transportation or any kind of reasonable access to the bus routes, which, as you know, sometimes it's one stop and they can't get back till the end of the day and they're sitting around for 12 hours on government center. If we can have a probation aid, extra help that can drive them here and there, that's been helpful to keep people at the Day Reporting Center, keep them in treatment, keep them sober and all that kind of stuff. So that's the nuts and bolts. That's kind of a really, really quick overlay of everything that's being funded out of there. That's what this plan details, as well as the spending plan in the back, just so that the public's aware, and I know the board already knows this, but this is all state money, nothing county general fund coming out of this. And we're still staying within what's being passed down to us from the state, actually still underspending just a touch. So with that, I guess I'll take any questions.
So you did mention, when you spoke the last time here, you were talking about some kind of presence within the schools.
Yeah, and I did, and that's more specific to the probation department, but I'm willing. That's always tough because I have the two.
All right. So it doesn't have anything to do with this then?
It doesn't, but I'd be happy to just say that we're, we do have one of our juvenile officers, we increased from 2 to 3 juvenile probation officers, and one of them is being more active on a pilot program at San Andreas Elementary School. As far as working with them on habitually truant kids and going out there and talking to the kids, going and meeting with the families, trying to stabilize them in schools, that kind of thing. So.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Just in general, do you find transportation to hamper some of the programs you mentioned? Is it a?
Do you mean is it a barrier to having people complete?
To getting there, involved, etc.?
Yeah, it is, and it's such a time-consuming thing. I keep looking at there's got to be a better way to do this, and so far I don't have any great solutions. So I'm actually open to that.
Okay.
To whatever the most cost-efficient way to get people around is. I always struggle with how much is too much, and at what point are we enabling people who really need to take some initiative in their own lives?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, for how long do we need to carry them? And I think there's a compromise in there, so it's difficult. And I think we sit within that compromise. But if you're one of the offenders, it's very easy to feel critical of us that they come out of prison or jail or something, and maybe they want to try, but they don't feel like they get enough help from us.
Mm-hmm.
And I can empathize with that. At the same time, we're spending tax money, no matter how you look at it, whether it's county or state. We're spending tax money, and at what point is it too much? If I go out my full-time transport officers, at what cost?
Mm-hmm.
What's the opportunity cost of doing that? What are we going to cut out of this plan to do it? So right now, we're kind of at the point where there's nobody none of the high-risk offenders at the Day Reporting Center are in a position where they cannot come because they don't have a way to get there.
Okay.
So there's really no excuses, whether it's convenient enough, or they like the travel schedule, or they think the seats in the car are comfortable enough, or whatever complaints. We've had people.
There's ways to get there.
Medical complaints of why they can't sit in the car that long, just all kinds of stuff that we come across. The ugly side of the business that probably don't need to discuss. But, to answer the question, hey, we're getting them there. Our completion rates are better than they've ever been since we opened that Day Reporting Center. People are engaged in the treatment. I think it's just a matter of what the ones who complete what they want to use as their narrative or their excuse.
Okay. Well, part of what COG has a report out in regards to transportation for the future, and it kind of redesigns some of that system. So that's why I asked, and perhaps I can talk with you a little bit more and find out what the challenges are and see how that fits into this overall plan. That if there's change, if we adopt it at some point.
I would love to meet with you on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Leach, Day Reporting Center, what is your success numbers right now?
Well, that would depend on how you want me to define success.
Okay. Year 1 was 11.
Oh, yeah. As far as how many people start and complete.
How many people complete?
Mike, do we have those numbers readily available, or do we need to come back on that? Mike Hatfield is the analyst.
Okay.
We have a presentation scheduled for the CCP, for our CCP meeting in January. So Mike's been working on this year's numbers, and we'd be happy to put it on the board agenda and come back and follow up in January with.
Would that be a progressive presentation from when we first opened up Day Reporting Center to what we're doing presently?
I can tell you that the completion rates are significantly higher.
That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, thank you.
And also the transportation issue. I understand that we budgeted $4,000 for bus passes to get folks to the Day Reporting Center. Are they taking advantage of that program?
Yeah. How much are we? What's the actuals looking like, Mike?
Okay, so it's working.
Plenty of access to it. Yeah, it's just, we have some of those outlying areas that we're tough. Exceptions to the rule that we need the transporters for. And we're really not spending a lot of money on transportation for what we get out of it. I mean, if you look at the cost of having somebody not make it through programming and committing another crime or just not becoming productive and that kind of stuff, it's a relatively small investment where it stands now. It's just it's really easy to inflate it and not get much more out of it. And that's kind of what I'm always trying to weigh. Is where's the happy medium?
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Public comments?
I'm very happy to see me. I support the program, okay? But looking at the other side of it, as a taxpayer, you're responsible for general fund. Hey, no general fund, I don't care. Well, to me, it's a Ferguson mentality. If I don't take it, somebody else, okay, from the state. Now, looking through it, it's a very impressive executive committee. I would like to know, they're under the Brown Act, I'm sure, how often and when they meet. That would be a nice thing, because you look at the big money over here from Chief Probation Officer, presiding judge, Board of Supervisors designee, District Attorney, Public Defender, Sheriff, Chief of Police, Head of Department of Social Services, Mental Health, Employment, Substance Abuse, Office of Education, Service Representative for Rehabilitation, and Victim Interest. Wonderful people, I'm sure, and I got nothing against them. But they're not doing it in their spare time. They're doing it on general funds time, okay? There's no dollar sign to that. Now, I'd like to bring it to you also, as a taxpayer, I'm going to be paying $1,186,570. It's still my tax money. It's coming out of my back pocket or front pocket. Let's get that straight, okay? Initial investment, $46,429. Fine, I know the state is so flush with money, that's great. Okay, they have a surplus. Just ask Governor Brown. Well, let's get it straight, okay? The thought is good. I want to compliment it. I support it. But what I want to see, what you start with and what you end up. I would like to see not compensated for good intentions. I'd like to see them compensated, the administration compensate them for what they achieved. I agree with you. I hate to see a guy who's been locked up for whatever time and dumped on the street and having to check home.
30 seconds.
If he has a chance to make a couple of bucks either working for the county or whatever, okay, and he doesn't have to go back and do something bad right out of the jail. And I would like to see numbers, what you accomplish. I don't want to pay tax money for good intentions. I want to see accounting accomplishment. Because you're looking at big money, and it's not even accounting for all these high expensive administration local. A judge doesn't come cheap. He doesn't come cheap. And if they earn it, bless their heart, I'm all for it. The idea is good. But I would like to see dollar figures to put on accomplishment. Thank you.
Okay, if I could address three of Peter's questions. When we meet, the CCP, yes, it's subject to the Brown Act. We meet the second Friday every other month. So January will be our next CCP meeting. I don't have a calendar right in front of me, but it would be the second Friday in January. We meet at 1 o'clock. Traditionally, we meet at the Sheriff's Department training room, right there at the front public entrance. And that is always posted on our AB 109 website, on the county website, as well as posted publicly on our door on paper. And of course, that's open, and we welcome any public participation we can get. As to the $1.2 million that's coming from the state, I'm somewhat neutral on realignment. I'm not going to sit here and sing the praises of it. I also will be a little defensive when it just gets outright criticized. Consider that $1.2 million, as far as the state spending, is roughly 15 offenders sitting in prison. So what the state was previously spending to house about 15 people, based on a rough $75,000 a year number, which is debatable because you see different projections, right? That's roughly 15 people sitting in prison. Or, the other plan for us locally is what we have in front of you today. Ultimately, which one leads to lower recidivism, which one is going to keep our streets safer, all that kind of stuff is subject to political debate. But I just think to leave $1.2 million as what we're coming in from the state in kind of a vacuum and say, wow, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it is a lot of money. And so is the cost of incarceration. So it's kind of a matter of, where you sit on that political spectrum. Ultimately, Calaveras County isn't going to decide on whether realignment sticks around. And that decision's pretty much been made. And what I think is important is that with that $1.2 million, we have an executive committee here that's doing the best we can with it. And I'm really proud of the efforts that we've gotten from the Sheriff's Department, from the District Attorney, from the courts, the public defender, and our partners at Angels Camp PD, Chief Fordall, and everybody who's participated in this. I think we're doing a pretty good job with this, which ties into the next question, which is about numbers and accomplishments. I just want to say that I didn't come prepared with a data presentation today. I have in the past when I've been asked to. I've always followed up on that, and I will do so again. As you know, we've been hindered by a pretty yucky client management system where, fortunately, we have Mike who tortures the data a little bit, but it's really time-consuming process. And frankly, before I got here, I don't trust a lot of the data that's sitting in that client management system. So I'm not going to come out here and throw out fuzzy math, as former President Bush would say. Fuzzy math, because I just don't trust it. Today I can stand and look at the numbers and torture them a little bit more and feel confident that what I'm telling you is good. So,
Mr. Leach, how is Prop 47 affecting your operation?
Oh,
I had to ask that question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's. I'm less happy with Prop 47. I'll put it that way.
Maybe we can define Prop 47 for the folks on our television crowds and folks there. In 10 seconds.
Oh, wow. You're really putting me on the spot. So, Prop 47 reduced a lot of what would have been felony offenses to misdemeanor offenses. It was meant to shift money that we spend on criminalizing drug issues to schools and treatment. How's that? Well intended. I don't question that per se, but it was done fairly haphazardly and left us with a lot of questions, including where's the money? So I try to avoid politics the most I can and try to come and do my job and stay pretty out of that spectrum. That being said, we were the primary point of treatment, not just incarceration. I mean, we can get blamed for the incarceration, but we were the primary point of treatment for a lot of people who were in drug court. Drug court is a well-known, nationally recognized, evidence-based treatment program. And a lot of people, frankly, can't get drug court anymore. Captain Ballard's here, and he'd be more apt to speak as to the impact on the streets, which I think is much larger than it is for probation. But as a partnership, there's a lot of people who will never get that initial push into treatment that they were getting before Prop 47. They're not getting it today. So from a big picture standpoint, do I think it's all bad to take some money from criminalizing drugs and put it into the treatment side? No, I think that's a well-intended if it's done carefully. But this Prop 47 that just kind of lowered the bar essentially and left a lot of people who are not going to get pushed into treatment, I think has been a mess. And we've seen that. It's only dropped our numbers a little bit, but we're seeing just a ton of repeat customers. Sorry, I don't know if that's...
That's exactly, you're right on that. I've got numbers and personal contact with other counties law enforcement, and they're seeing a huge increase in the recidivism rate, huge increase in property crimes, to the point where folks that are committing these crimes have a calculator and adding up what they're stealing so they don't go on with that felony line. It's a problem throughout the entire state.
Wow. Take the time. Yeah. All right. Any other public comments?
Good morning again, Rosemary Rose from McCullum Hill, and also a member of the Mental Health Advisory Board. And although I wouldn't pretend to be speaking on behalf of the board, I think it's fair to say that there are a number of us that are very pleased that the various departments within the county, probation, sheriff's office, district attorney, behavioral health have been working together, and money has become available for the two positions for professional clinical behavioral health people to work directly with probation and the jail. And I too am concerned with regard to what measurable outcomes are, and I believe we're going to be able to ask for, in terms of performance measures, just how the addition of those clinical specialists have substantively impacted the mental health and the well-being of those on probation in the jail, and impact to the community. So I think we're looking forward to some insight, some exciting improvements, and as I like to say, you never get enough mental health, so all power to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Alex Gallant, Taxpayer Association. I think it was a very good presentation. We've got some pretty good people in law enforcement. But the question, I think, in front of the taxpayers is Prop 109 working? Is it reducing crime or not? I think Michael pointed out that it's not. It's causing more of a problem than what we had before it was passed. There should be some way to analyze that in a factual way without a lot of politics involved, to just show it in a graph form. It's not working. And if we can present the information in such a factual way, then I think our county, along with other counties, should ask the state to repeal it and replace it with something that could work better. That's not to say that the drug rehab programs are not a good idea. It certainly are. But it has nothing to do with Prop 109, where you redefine crimes and you transfer prisoners to county facilities rather than federal facilities. So here again, the question is it Prop 109 working? And if not, what's the next step? Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Okay, so just to clarify, when we were talking about proposition, we were talking about Proposition 47. 109 was not a voter proposition; it was an assembly bill. So, and AB 109, whether it's working or not, I don't think that I deserve or am in any position to stand here and publicly comment on behalf of the state. I'll leave that to the talking heads at the BSCC or the governor's office. There have been several research reports published statewide, including the Stanford report as it's become known. I didn't come prepared with a link, but if you Google Stanford report, AB 109, you'll come across what I think is probably the best effort to define whether or not it's working, whether it's reducing recidivism. I just caution that I still think it's going to be several years before we really have better clarity as to what it's going to do. Right now, most of the unbiased research reports that I've read around 109 have a pretty neutral rating of it. It's not that crime has skyrocketed like some would have predicted. It didn't fix everything like others would have. From my perspective, we're kind of getting things done slightly cheaper, but the impact on recidivism has been negligible. Locally, I think we're doing a better job than some of the large counties are. And I think you have to stand back and look at that and say, where were we in Calaveras County prior to realignment? Where are we today post-realignment? And, I'm not confident that we can come back right now and give you a clear picture of that. I think that's going to be something we can update over time and try to give you tidbits, but I really think it's going to be a couple years before we have enough clarity and enough of a sample size to really try to point to this is making a difference, that's making a difference, because there's just so variables to it. So I hope that doesn't sound like me making excuses. It's really, really complicated stuff to try to define. So, but again, going back to Calaveras County versus the rest of the state, there are large jurisdictions in this state. Some of the counties down south where, they have thousands of these guys. And, for us, if we have 30 PRCS offenders and, maybe 10 or 15 mandatory supervision cases, those were the main ones that we got back from the state. We've got several probation officers working those caseloads. They're very small, but very manageable. These guys are getting more treatment than they ever got from the state. I can 100% assure you they're being seen more than they were with parole, and it's not close. They're being held more accountable. They're drug testing more often. You name it, we're doing more of it. So locally, I'll stand behind it. Whether or not that ultimately means that they commit less crimes is job for the analyst here, and we're getting him the tools he needs to be able to analyze it better. And it's not just probation data. I should also point that out, because if I just had to come back and give you probation's take on it, it would sound very different. But our community corrections partnership today, we have good relationships, between DAU, myself, the sheriff's department. We all have a slightly different spin. Angels Camp PD, and we all have a voice at that table. And when we come and say, hey, AB 109 is working these ways and not in these ways, it needs to be a unified voice to be able to do that. So I'm also working around the intricacies of all of their client management systems and their statistical analysis. So, that's kind of what we're faced with.
Just to clarify, I asked that question because Calaveras County is doing a great job in 109 compared to what's going around and also Prop 47. I just got back from a conference where I shared a lot of information from other counties. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, Calaveras County is not in the near disastrous position that the other counties are when it comes to these issues. So it's working.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Okay. Well, I apologize I took so long.
No problem.
Anticipate that.
Thank you. All right.
George Fry. I believe in treatment programs. I had a caseload of 150 parolees in Bakersfield, and I came out of ION as as an institutional parole agent, and I worked in a specialized counseling program for almost 4 years, and it made a believer out of me in terms of treatment programs. And so when I went out on the streets in Bakersfield, I used them a lot, even though I had 150 kids on my caseload. And I used the opportunities that were presented to me in the field with service providers, psychologists, and social workers, and NA and AA, and I'm a staunch supporter of that. I've seen a lot of younger kids turn their lives around. Some of them, the older ones, they turned their lives around, surprisingly enough, behind being born-again Christians. But I just wanted to say I back what the chief probation officer is saying.
All right. Any other public comments? Can I bring it back to the board for a motion?
Make a motion to approve
I second. I'm sorry.
2015-16 CCP implementation plan.
I second that motion.
There's a motion by Supervisor Conti, a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Next, planning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Gina Cathan, County Planning. What we have today is the last 4 Ag Preserve contracts for 2015. Each Ag Preserve's going to be we'll give you a brief overview, but they're in 2 parts. We're looking at the contract, and each one has a zoning amendment associated with it. Which brings us to the first item, number 5, which is the establishment of an Ag Preserve contract 347 for the applicant's name is Beatty, Lawler, and Parker. Ag Preserve number 347 is for 251.14 acres of land up in District 2. This actually was supposed to be in 2 parts. We've got the Ag Preserve contract, and then what you don't see on the agenda was the zoning amendments that for some reason was omitted. It didn't actually get past the administration office for some reason, and I didn't catch it until this morning. So what I'd like to do is for you to consider the Ag Preserve contract for Beatty, but then we will go ahead and bring the zoning back on December 22nd and consider the ordinance at that time. The item was actually properly noticed. We've got public notice was all done in accordance to law. The only thing that didn't show up was the actual item on the agenda. There was full intention of having it on the agenda today, but I would just want to make you aware of that, and we will bring it back on the 22nd for consideration of the ordinance. So right now, we're just looking at the contract itself. Again, that is for 3 contiguous parcels totaling 251.14 acres. The landowners have quite the Ag Preserve that their ag operation is very diversified. They've got a number of things that are allowing them to qualify for an Ag Preserve contract. The sheep project alone is qualifying them, but in addition to that, they had laying hens providing eggs. They had fruits from their fruit trees, vegetable garden, and bees as well. So they've got quite a diversified project out there. The Ag Advisory Committee considered this application. Their recommendation to you is to approve. Last Thursday, the item went before your Planning Commission, and they too are submitting to a recommendation of approval for the contract.
Any public comments?
Questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is item number 6, which is Ag Reserve Contract 348 for 204.16 acres of land owned by Diana Dang. Property is in District 4 near Copperopolis, just northeast of Salt Springs Reservoir. We have one single legal parcel, again 204.16 acres. The ag production is a small cattle operation. Again, the item was heard at the Ag Advisory Committee level with the Ag Commissioner. Their recommendation to you is to approve. Just as the previous one, this was also heard by the Planning Commission last Thursday with the recommendation that you approve the contract.
Any public comments? Board?
So moved.
Second. I get a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
The second half of this one is item number 7, which is the zoning amendment, which will, if approved, change the zoning of the subject property from the current A1, which is General Agriculture Zone District, to Ag Preserve to signify the Williamson Act.
Okay. Any public comments? Board? Comments?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Number 8 on the agenda is the establishment of contract, or excuse me, the disestablishment of contract 319 for 100.47 acres, simultaneously establishing a new contract number 352 for a total of 150.64 acres. So we've got Marcia Ramsey owns property over in off of Hospital Road in Wallace, and she's currently got 100 acres in the Ag Preserve. She has purchased an additional 50 plus acres just adjacent to her current Ag Preserve, and she wishes to add that 50 acres to the preserve. Obviously, we have to disestablish the existing contract, establishing a new contract for Marcia Ramsey. The total acreage would be 150.64 acres. Again, this is a cattle operation down in the Wallace area.
Okay. Any public comments on that? Board comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Second half of that item is the zoning amendment. So the two parcels are already zoned Ag Preserve, but the parcel that Marcia is adding to the Ag Preserve is currently zoned A1, General Agriculture. So we need to adopt an ordinance to change the zoning from A1, General Ag, to AP, Agriculture Preserve, to signify the Williamson Act.
Any public comments? Board comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And the last two items, number 10 is an application to establish Ag Preserve Contract 351 for 196.15 acres of land owned by Anthony and Lana Cherisi. Property is in District 2 off of Potteroff Road. And again, this is an agricultural, a cattle operation. Just as before, the application went before the Ag Advisory Committee and the Ag Commissioner with a recommendation to you to approve. In addition, as previously explained in the other three, this item also went to the Planning Commission on Thursday, and their recommendation to you is to establish the contract.
All right.
I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comments? All right.
Make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And the last item is the second half of this application, which is the rezone. So we have to adopt an ordinance to rezone the parcel from unclassified to ag preserve to signify the Williams Neck contract.
Any public comments on this? Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Gina.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you on the 22nd with BD zoning.
Looks like you're keeping the Ag Commission
Busy.
busy.
I think it's the other way around. Excuse me?
Did you get a Christmas card from Ag Group?
I don't know.
Thank you.
All right, great. Number 12, please. Technology services. Stan?
Good morning. Stan Moore from County Information Technology. As part of the budgeting process for the current fiscal year, we presented a request to the Board of Supervisors for $1,500,000 out of Peter funds to establish a technology fund from which we would subsequently be coming back and presenting individual projects that we actually had documented at that time. We had given a high-level overview on what we thought those projects were going to look like. We'd committed to coming back after we had done a little bit more due diligence so we could come back and speak to how we were going to spend that money. We are here today to speak about two of the areas for which we want to have the authorization to proceed, one of which is network upgrade, and then the other one has to do with our servers and data storage. A lot of this goes back to problems that we had in the spring that caused some catastrophic problems with the data storage issue. That had to do with aging technology, aging software, and problems that we were seeing as a result. So that got us to this point. So if we start with by the way, that $1.5 million currently is slightly more than that. There was $73,000 that was moved over from HHSA for some technology upgrades that were in their budget that we felt were better served as part of a centrally managed fund. So that $1.5 million that we had initially has been added to by $73,000. On the network upgrade side, our network is comprised largely of equipment from Cisco. The equipment that we've got in place right now that has served the county well, much of that equipment is either at an end of sales cycle for Cisco or an end of service cycle, where Cisco at any price will no longer provide maintenance. Causes us obvious problems if we run into a major problem with a piece of equipment, and Cisco will not help us through that. It's very common. It's done when equipment gets to 7 or 8 or 9 years old. It depends on the piece of equipment. So we are at that age with a lot of our network equipment right now. We are also in a situation where additional services, additional systems require more network capability. They require more ports to plug computers and servers and telephones into, and we are out of capacity in many cases. So this capability gives us the potential over, this will probably take over the next 6 months to a year. We will stair-step this in to be upgrading equipment and adding equipment where necessary. The overall project, $356,000. You see the information there in terms of what that comes to. The biggest single piece is a request for purchase, a blanket purchase order for $278,000 for curvature. We competitively bid this. We went out to 3 companies. The winning company is Curvature. They will provide much of the equipment that we buy from them. They pick up as overstock. So it's factory provided, it's factory sealed, it's new equipment,
But as a result of them going out and buying equipment overstock and then selling it, we get quite a nice price on it in comparison to what the other quotes were. In addition to working with Curvature, we will be coming back to you in a subsequent meeting and asking to amend a contract that we have with one of our service providers that helps us a lot with Cisco network processing. We believe that it will cost up to $50,000 for this firm to help us over the next year with doing this work. We have a $50,000 contract in place with them today for ongoing data activities. So we will be coming back asking to amend that contract. Then there's some smaller things. There's some fiber optics that we will be adding in. There are some standalone UPS. And then a little bit of a contingency gets us up to the requested amount for the project of $356,000. Okay. Questions on the network side?
Any questions from the public?
Yes. What is the curvature?
Excuse me, sir. Could you come up here to the podium and ask?
A little more from Valley Springs and don't understand some of the terminology here. What is curvature?
It's the name of the company that we're proposing to purchase the equipment from.
I thought it was an item.
Kind of alludes to that.
Okay. Any other public comments? Board? Board comments?
Much needed.
Overdue. I'll just go ahead and make a motion for the item.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done deal.
Yeah, you're good.
We all know that
Thank you.
the difficulties that you're facing. So thank you.
Thank you.
13. Board Chair, Department Heads, Cal OES, FEMA update on Butte fire recovery.
Good morning.
Oh, you're still smiling.
Yeah, I'm still smiling. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. I don't see a lot of our reporting people here today, so I'll just take a couple of minutes. I would say that obviously everybody's aware that we're continuing to move forward on the recovery process. But for the administrative office end of it, a couple of weeks ago, the board actually passed a motion to let our senator and our assemblyman be aware of the fact that we're looking for legislative relief, which is the 6.25% that we keep talking about after the CDAA monies and the FEMA funds and all those extra financial sources are coming in. We still have that 6.25%. What we're proposing to do is after the first of the calendar year, we'd like to put together a legislative day for the Board of Supervisors and ask our representatives to attend, and not only our representatives, but also invite RCRC as well as CSAC to just give them an idea of the real need here in Calaveras County. I know that there's been a lot of representatives that have been coming up to the county, even though some of us haven't been aware of it. I keep hearing about this person came in and that person came in and toured the area, which is really great. But we want to make sure that we try and drive home the need that we have for that fiscal relief as a proposed bill goes forward. This would be something that we also propose to do kind of as a joint effort with Lake County, as you're well aware. We think that two voices rather than one when it comes to a catastrophic event such as what happened in the Valley Fire and the Butte Fire, I think has a little bit more traction, and hopefully it has more traction at the governor's desk. We're not too concerned about the the legislature in terms of the Assembly and the Senate. Certainly, I think even Senate Appropriations is going to probably be willing to move forward on something like this. But the real trick is going to be getting the governor to understand just the significant impact of what that 6.25% does for a small rural county like Calaveras County. And so again, that's going to be our proposal, and we'll be bringing that forward to the board after the first of the calendar year. The other issue, and that's set aside, is the board should have received your EEIs. Yesterday there were only a couple essential elements of information, as you're well aware. So your department heads are very busy working on this and doing a good job. But that's essentially what I have from the administrative office standpoint.
Okay. Brian, maybe you want to just touch on some of the information that was in the EI for general public so that they are aware of it as well as the board.
Okay. On the EEIs, I don't have Jason's information in front of me, but what he does do is gives on the EEIs, he updates every week, and this changes actually daily, and the board's well aware of this, of how many parcels have been cleaned, how many, and remember this is a process. So I'll just look at his shop specifically right now. When they look at a property, and there's some questions out there in the public that even I'm dealing with as to what constitutes, the process, and that is first thing, and this board is well aware of, but I'd like to get this out to the public. The first issue is removal of hazardous materials, and that's been done. And sometimes that's everything from chemicals to unexploded ordnance. The next phase is, of course, removal of the ash and the debris. The next phase is testing of the soil to make sure there is no hazardous materials remaining in the soil, and if there are, they will take care of that. Then there's a clean certification of the property, and then after that, there's also at the same time we're looking at something that the board's well aware of too, and that's the debris flow issues. And so far, we're looking very, very good on those sites as well. I do know also, just for really tying into the parcels issue, I want to say the building department has 6 building plans for stick builds for rebuilds right now as well.
And just some of the information that was provided in there regarding the debris removal. There's currently 31 teams in the county. I think that's expected to increase to, and here's the man himself. Jason just walked in.
We're just talking about you.
Jason Bates, Calaveras County Environmental Health Department. I'm a little short-winded. I apologize. So what were the specific questions, or to give an update?
Actually, I was just going to read what was in the EEI report.
Okay.
The number of teams on site was 31. You expect them to increase to 35?
Yeah, we're at 32 today and hoping to get to 35 by the end of the week. We have 200 properties cleared of debris as of this morning. 77 properties cleared with clean soil samples. We have a new lab now. That was part of our issue with the analytical. As you noticed before Thanksgiving, we were at 32 properties. Since then, we jumped up to 77, and we have a new contract with the laboratory because we were competing with the Valley Fire, and their process of with the analytical results was slowing us down. So we hope to get a bunch of new sample results in today, which will document those cleared properties. We have 2 high priority teams now looking at temporary housing and other priorities that come to us. So we continue to work in the areas of Jesus Muir Road, central, west part of it, the Old Gulch area, Wendell Road area, Cedar Way, West Murray Creek, and Havre. So we're expanding out. Our goal is to, by Christmas time, weather permitting, is to have up to 300 properties cleared. The operations chief says 250. I say 300. So we can agree to disagree on our goal. But that's where we're at this point in time with the debris removal operations. We're looking at streamlining some of our processes with transportation because the transportation is hurting us. So we're looking at setting up a potential emergency transfer station, which would allow the transfer of the debris from the smaller 10-wheel trucks into the 18-wheel trucks. And then the bigger trucks would take it down to Ford and landfill and expedite our transportation process. So as we continue to go and grow, we're continuously looking at improving our operations and streamlining it to expedite our process. So that's an overview. We're continuing to, enforce safety and to make sure that our truck drivers stay on the right side of the road. We have received some complaints. I've worked with the Sheriff's Department on that. They spoke at our safety meeting on Monday regarding that, and so we also caution people that they see the debris removal crews to slow down too, and we're cautioning them to really watch out for the public. The last thing that we want is an accident that impacts the public and or our crews.
Question is, what's our turnaround time for the soil labs?
Turnaround time?
5 days, but the old lab was...
It's going to be, the old lab was longer because they were dealing with, it came to my attention that it was taking longer because of the processing and the competing with the Valley Fire. It'll still be 5 days. By the time the samples get shipped, it's a 3-day analytical time frame, and we get the results back. Okay, so, and then Cal Recycle reviews those sample results. Once we get approval, we get an email, and then at that point in time, my staff is looking at it. So whether it's temporary housing and or building permits, that those get processed. So we're not holding up and waiting for the completion of the project, because even after we get clean soil samples, they're still doing erosion control around that site where the debris was removed. So we're not waiting until that final step is complete. We're waiting as soon as we get the analytical results so we can expedite either the temporary housing and or building permit process.
How do we have more hazmat sweep properties cleared than right of entry forms?
Because we have some people that went through our self-certification process, so they didn't sign up for the county state debris removal program. So therefore, those people did not sign an ROE, but they still needed to have household hazardous waste removed as part of the cleanup process. And so the Department of Toxics, and they're still here in the county removing household hazardous waste, they're performing that function under the California Disaster Assistance Act. For those properties, they sign a one-page access agreement form to remove the household hazardous waste only.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, I know when you start looking at all the different statistics, it gets a little confusing on why numbers don't match, but there's those nuances and different processes and what program people are going with.
Okay, thank you.
So, and just to let and the public, if you look at our total scope of personnel, we're looking at, probably pushing the 600 people mark, and that includes debris removal teams, site monitors, site assessment people, and truck drivers. I believe as of yesterday, we had 184 truck drivers. So, that's a huge impact to our community with all these people working, but it goes to show the extent of and the commitment that we have from our contractors and trying to restore the community and so people can rebuild.
And that's just the cleanup crews.
Yeah, that's not including all the. Yeah, no.
That's right. Cool.
Any other questions?
Jason, I just want to say thanks a lot also to responding to individual problems that arise. I get contact and pass it on to you, and you respond to right away to those needs out there to folks, and I think that's really critical, knowing that people are responding to their needs.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people working, and we know sometimes there's going to be impacts to the properties and individuals, and my teams and myself are sensitive to that. So any communication that the board or the public receives or has questions to let me know, because we want to take care of any issues as quickly as possible. So it's really being sensitive to, the people that were impacted and their needs. So thank you.
So thanks for doing that Cedar Lane. That was, 12 homes up there?
Yeah.
It was a mess. And I'm sure you quieted some of the stuff down. But I got a comment from one of the couples that lived way in the back there. And they came up personally and thanked us for the crews for doing such a great job. They were amazed how quickly they got in there, cleaned it up so well for them to get back in there. And now, one of the nicest things that I've heard out of this was the gentleman is a cabinet maker, and so he says, it kind of inspires him to reach out and help other people that need help now, because he's taken care of and he wants to help other people as well. So I think that's a pretty good compliment for the crews.
Yeah, they came into our office too, and it is a compliment to the crews. And we have a lot of local people working and a lot of people out of the area, and it's really just mentioning no matter where the crews are from, they're invested in the community. You see that, and so when we hear stories like that, especially myself, it makes me feel good about the operation and what's happening. So, and I know, and they came into our office and thanked us, and so they were, it's good to see that, and I'll communicate that back to the crews, because they don't always hear that, because once they're done with the property, they're moving on to the next. So.
Yeah, and they got their ears open too for that little special thing. Like this one couple that I knew, their whole property was great, except for their well tank house, right? Their well house, a 10 by 10 building. So caught in amber, burned up. They've been sitting there without water in their house. They got a 94-year-old parent that they take care of, and they couldn't keep the parent as long as they didn't have an adequate supply of water for them. So they were having they were just not being able to live like they normally would live, and your team responded to that, and now they're whole again. So that was really great.
Good. So yeah, again, we're going to continue working, weather permitting. This week we have forecasted some. We worked through the rain, if the rain isn't substantial, we can work through it. But as it gets, if we get some heavy downpours, for site safety concerns and personnel concerns, we have to stand down at that point in time. Just to let the board know, the crews will be taken off. We plan on working straight through, weather permitting, up to December 24th. They will be taking time off then from the 24th, and then resuming work again on January 4th. There was discussion on coming back right before New Year's, but logistically in operations, it's a lot to bring people back on just for those 3 days after Christmas. And so the crews working straight through, we thought it was best to give them a break, because when they come back, they're going to be working straight through after that. And so it'll be a break for them, but just to let the board and the public know that that's the intended schedule moving over the holidays.
Thank you. That's good to know, Jason.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Peter Maurer, Planning Department. Just want to give a brief update on the debris flow hazard assessment teams and approvals for the mobile housing units that FEMA is providing to some property owners. We have 20 properties that have identified as qualified for the units. Each one of those has been inspected. Well, out of the 25 were deemed to be low hazard based on the maps that you approved several weeks ago. The additional 15 have all been inspected. There was one more that was added this morning, and the engineering firm was out there today to assess that. 5 have already been cleared, and the initial analysis is that the other 10 should be okay. So all of those should be within the process over the next couple of days. We've coordinated closely with Jason's crews in the field to let them know the sites that FEMA is looking at to place the units so the cleanup crew can prioritize those. We also worked in reverse, but we knew there were sites that were already cleaned up. We investigated those first to be able to sign those off. So that has moved very quickly, and at this point we're more or less done with that whole aspect of the process.
So what's the total number of FEMA temporary housing?
20 so far. Now that could change as additional people qualify. The contractor is available on call to inspect the site if they don't meet the low hazard criteria that was established by the board. But that's really just a couple-day turnaround, so that's worked out very well for us.
So is that the total number?
Total so far. At our meeting with FEMA about a week ago, they said that number could change as additional people apply, and they go through their process in order to establish the criteria for establishing those on site.
There was two that moved in here on Mount Merrick Road at this little trailer park. Is that FEMA?
There are two right there at the trailer park that are used for off-site housing. Right. I don't know if they're occupied yet. They weren't a week ago.
They just put them in this, I think, Thursday or Friday.
Yeah.
Is that part of the 20?
No, those are in addition to. We're talking about site-specific units on the site of the property that was damaged.
Yeah.
Question. Peter, has anybody been denied based on this criteria?
No.
Okay.
What we found was that most of the building sites were up on ridge lines in flat areas that potential hazard for debris flow was very low.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many of those 20 trailers are actually being occupied by people?
Quite a few, evidently.
All right.
Yeah, he's got a report from FEMA. It looks like today's blue shirt day, right?
In your honor, Mr. White.
Thank you.
We call before the meeting.
That's right. Everybody get the memo?
Short timer shirt.
That's right. In honor of. We're still issuing electrical permits, as you might well imagine. We'll get a report on the FEMA housing. We have some submittals for rebuilds. There's generating some interest in that. I think we have probably about 12 in our office right now. Some are ready for issue, but we still need to do make sure that they have the site cleaned and certified, just like the rest of the routine with the FEMA homes. So as the submittals come in, we'll push that information to Jason's shop, and those he'll have opportunity to look at the best chance to clean those up first, get those taken care of as those submittals come in. And again, the idea is to expedite rebuilding. The debris flow issue is another thing that we want to make sure that we're not going to have problems with those. I think we're beginning to see that the majority of what's being looked at is turning out to be a low hazard zone, which is a good thing. We can't say that across the board, but we are paying attention to the debris flow aspect of all matters out there. The amount of reconstruction is hard to determine at this point in time. Having what we have at this point in time is interesting. That there are a number of people that are interested in reoccupying their properties out there. I had an opportunity to have a conference call with the State Fire Marshal's office, the State Fire Marshal herself, 12 fire chiefs ranging throughout the entire state of California. And they are offering their wisdom and their experiences with this type of thing on redeveloping areas that have gone through a catastrophic fire in such a manner that it's not going to be a repeat problem. Fire planning is a big part of how we're going to have to do the recovery. The idea that we had we had a major fire with some problems based on roadways, access, turnarounds, water supply, fuel management, and on it goes. So the idea now is to look at models that have reconstructed their areas and look at the best ways to avoid putting things back in a way that would be a hazardous condition with fuel loads and driveways and those sorts of things. So practical fire management is an essential step that will be looked at for the overall infrastructure of that entire Prince Gar. And that will go in. I'm going to meet with the fire chiefs tomorrow. We'll discuss this with CAL FIRE's very, very active in this. There's a lot of good experience out there on how we can look at ways to put things back together in a better way than it was prior to the fire. These structures that burned, these areas that burned, were all predated the 4290 fire planning. They were there before these state laws started to generate proper management for fire, a lot of passive fire prevention techniques. So that is, we'll probably be bringing more information to the board on this aspect of things, along with the help of the Public Works and Planning Department. This is a collective measure that needs to stand. Fire is a big deal here, and while it's still fresh in everybody's minds, we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to look at ways to put things back together with some good fire planning, prevention planning.
Like what?
Addressing would be a good start. The addressing out there wasn't very reliable. The roadways are dead-end roadways, choked roadways, no place to turn around, driveways that are serving a number of different parcels that were less than adequate for the emergency equipment to basically go in and do anything with. So if you can't get there, you can't do anything. So that's, and the fuel management is a huge problem. It's as bad as the burn scar looks now. It's going to grow back. It's going to be there again, and some preparation to prevent these decadent fuel beds needs to be very well thought out. So the mosaic of the fuel bed that's broken up doesn't allow the transfer of large and lengthy flame impingement that we experienced in this fire. This was a fuel-driven fire. The flame impingement of, again, we heard 30,000 acres in one day. That's an extraordinary amount of fire to occur in a 12-hour period. So the better ways to deal with these types of fires is not brand new to California. There's a lot of agency cooperation and a lot of experience with past large fires that we should be able to take advantage of as far as putting things back together in a way to help save life and property. So there's my fire prevention speech.
What are you doing next quarter?
Yeah. So any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff Krivik, Public Works. Blue shirt.
Nice tie, too.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Public Works report on Butte Fire. We have got our storm prep stuff for the most part done. We've stockpiled sandbags everywhere. All 7 of our sandbag stations will be opening up tomorrow. We have deployed K-rails for potential closures if we get flooding crossing our roads, as well as equipment out in the field, so that as soon as we know we've got debris flows, we can deploy and close roads. Those closures have been provided to the PIO's office, and they've been out on the site. As soon as we know we've got a closure, we'll let them know, and it'll go back out onto the internet. Road crews are still putting about 80% of their resources within the burn area. They're now working on the southern end, working out in Calaveras area, Frisco City, trying to get some of the most egregious hazard trees out of the way. And then the other 20% of our time is trying to get some catch-up work for storm drainage preparation for winter up in the high country, as well as answering some of the work requests that we get in on a regular basis. We're still very much behind on that, but we're getting there. Moving on to some of the recovery programs, there's a number of them. We have a grant from NRCS that's going to allow us to help protect several homes that are in harm's way. We've got agreement from CAL FIRE Vallecito crews that are going to help us with the labor on that. And as soon as we can get them scheduled, we'll go ahead and do that. The grant has a very short window from the time I sign to the time we're completed with work is 10 days. So I'm holding off on the signature. It requires my signature and CAO's office signature for the grant to be executed per a previous board package that you voted on. And that is the EWP, or Emergency Watershed Protection Program. In terms of roads, the road recovery comes into two flavors. One flavor is the Emergency Repair Program that is funded by FHWA. That's for the main roads, the federal aid roads, the yellow line roads, the 5 big ones, Jesus Maria, Mountain Ranch, River Flat, Sheep Ranch, and Frico City. And then the PA, or Public Assistance Program, which is all the rest. I've got a little more than 40 miles of public assistance roads and right around 40 miles of federal assistance road, just over 81 miles within the burn area. So we're working through with our partners on that. Caltrans has been instrumental in putting together estimates and putting together what's called the DAF, or the Damage Assessment Form, for the federal assistance roads, and that has moved up to FHWA. Once it comes out of them, we can then go to work. PA, we're not quite that far along. We're still developing the project descriptions with FHWA, and I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get with them again tomorrow. Additional public assistance projects that I'm also trying to push and organize is the recovery or repair of Mountain Ranch Community Park, as well as I'm trying to sell a project on recovery on Ponderosa Way between State Route 26 and Whiskey Slide. Okay. So we'll see where that one ends up, but I'll keep pushing on that. I'm now involved weekly with the Joint Field Office with the Watershed Recovery Group. The Joint Field Office, of course, is in Sacramento, near Sacramento State College, and it is staffed with state and federal officials for both the Butte and the Lake County Fire, and they have a conference call every Wednesday. And we're starting to get through all of the initial immediate protection of life and properties and starting to move into the larger questions of watershed recovery. Moving on to that, I have a couple of grants that I will be bringing to the board in early January. I'm working with Adam's office and Council's office and some of our other critical department heads to make sure that we've got these programs dialed up, but they're basically hazard mitigation grants that has an in-kind match required, but it allows us for the first time to be deploying erosion sediment control best management practices on private lands. So working on that, and I'll be bringing the details of that to you in early January. Moving along, I've got a couple of RFPs currently on the net, one for a forester or arborist that's going to help me with the hazard tree removal. I've got about 5,000 more to deal with, and I need to have certification from a professional, licensed professional, that these are indeed dead trees or will soon to be dead trees in order for that to be funded as part of the hazard mitigation program through the PA, Public Assistance. I also have an RFP closing a week from Friday for Watershed Restoration Manager. That will help us with our erosion sediment control and preparatory measures on public right-of-way. So that's going to help us with some of the potential flooding that could be coming this winter.
What about the creek beds or the creeks that run through private land that affect?
As you know, I think that's very difficult because in the absence of us having watershed or a truly evolved flood protection agency, storm drain flood protection agency formed up in the county, our rights to get into private lands and do that type of mitigation is extremely limited. We can ask for permission. If we're given, we can do it if we make a finding of public benefit. But if permission is denied, there's nothing that we can do. So it's difficult. I know we're working together to get towards that point in time when we have the ability to do a larger aerial view of watershed management within the county. I know you've been working real hard on that, Supervisor Edson. I think this would all fit under that umbrella. Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, it's fine. Do you have time to meet on Friday?
Not this Friday, but I can carve out some time Thursday or Monday.
Monday.
Okay. Let's coordinate that. Last, I just want to let you guys know, boy, I thought I was over that. Wanted to let the board know that the Red Hill Annex will be reopening on Friday. I think we sent that out. I just wanted to make sure that the public who's listening could hear that. It's going to be a little bit of a soft opening, meaning I'm not trying to advertise it beyond website, just to make sure that we can operate under kind of a new regime. I do have a large capital project that's going to require the closure of it again for probably a month in the summertime when our intake is low. So next summer we'll shut it down for another month when we do the major capital work that's going on out there. In the interim, we still have a couple of buildings to build on the slabs out there for the BOP, which is battery oils and paint and tire recycling. And we will be staffing, or Gambia will be staffing Fridays through Mondays, and we'll be chipping and processing green waste on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So that's kind of an overall plan of operation. We've put in a temporary water storage tank. We've got about 10,000 gallons stored at any given time, kind of rehabilitated an existing well out there, and since we've had decent rains, we're getting better production. But again, one of the major projects for next summer is going to be the development of a permanent water system that we can actually count on and use for suppression.
Jeff, can we bring back the CCC crews?
We may very well do that. I'm trying to do some front loading for a future mission task with CCCs for flood fighting. And right now I've talked to my road superintendent. Until we actually start doing more work, we're not seeing the need for it, and it's also very quite expensive to house them, so we're looking for more economical quarters for them that isn't so far away that we lose 2 hours a day in transport between quarters and work sites.
So you checked all the CAL FIRE areas, like in West Point, CAL FIRE station there?
They need, in the wintertime, they need to be inside of buildings. They need to have showers and laundry facilities, and they need to have cooking facilities available to them. And so that's kind of the minimum requirements for wintertime deployment. In the summertime, in the spring, when it's warmer out, they're okay and camping in tents. But this time of year, they're not. I don't really blame them. I wouldn't do it either. Okay, so right now, I mean, we have the ability to bring them back. There is work that needs to be done to bring them back before we can do that. But I'm waiting for a more acute need outside of potential flooding that could be coming our way, and I've already got that lined up. So they could be coming back under a mission task if we experience some flooding issues, and we need to bring them back to be doing massive sandbag filling and placing. Okay? And I've also got a similar mission task, preloaded mission task setting up with fire as well, so that we don't have any kind of delay. If we do have an event, we have the ability to get these people here very quickly. Okay?
Mr. Provost, one quick note. Red Hill opening up for green waste. There seems to be some confusion after the press release that was issued by your department when it addresses the commercial lot clearers. It's my understanding. Could you kind of take 10 seconds to cover that, please?
It's going to take a little more than 10, but I'll do the best I can. I'll shoot for 15. The current ordinance, if the lot is an undeveloped lot, the ordinance has no way to allow any of our facilities to intake that material under because they're not paying. An undeveloped lot is not paying the solid waste fee. So if it's coming off of an undeveloped lot and they haven't got proof of a tax bill, address, and that kind of stuff, then they'll be paying the normal rate, which is $4 a yard. Okay? If it is a developed lot and they're doing debris clearing or brush clearing or tree clearing and stuff like that, then again, those lots with proof of ownership, if it's an owner hauling it, again, they get 2 cubic yards per week of household waste, which would include this. Any cubic yards above that is going to be charged $4 a cubic yard. If a homeowner has hired a commercial business to clear their lot and then haul it to the landfill, then all bets are off. They are paying. They will have to prove that the waste was generated within the county, and then they will be paying $4 a cubic yard for disposal. And right now, if you look up and down the state of California, that's one of the lowest charges, tipping fees, gate fees for green waste in the state. So,
Thank you very much. Pine needles.
Pine needles, take them to Red Hill. We've got Gamby busily boosting and having commercial reuse for those pine needles, and worked out agreements with Gamby that they will be hauling the pine needles directly to the production facility, and then from the production facility they go back out onto the fire or out onto the commercial. They will never see, pine needles will not ever see the Red Hill facility, the Rock Creek facility again.
Thank you very much.
Since we're talking Red Hill, I have a question. So the question that poses to me is on that latter end of disposal. So I am the property owner. I've hired somebody to come in and clean up and deliver the waste out to Red Hill. My property tax is paid for that. I've just hired a contractor to take it out there. What's the reasoning behind not accepting that?
That there is no permission in the ordinance for a commercial hauler to essentially be a subcontractor to a private property owner for hauling solid waste to our facilities. That's number one. And number two, there is no provision that allows people in lieu to bring material to our facilities. And so, yeah, it's kind of a hole in the ordinance, and we do know that the ordinance needs to be updated, and that's within our schedule. So
you could make that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, but I mean, that's simply because it's silent on that does not mean that we can't do it. It doesn't explicitly say we can't, right?
No, well...
Well, actually, there is a limit, Jeff, right, to the amount that can...
There's 2 cubic yards.
Like, you have a commercial hauler grab one of these big trucks. You can't just jump in the passenger seat and show your license and you're going for free. There's going to be a limit.
Right.
That's attached to that $150 assessment fee.
The $150 assessment fee essentially was assessed and approved for the expansion and creation of the Rock Creek facility. And the $150, by the way, when it was put in place, was $140 for solid waste and $10 for recycling. Our waste stream has changed significantly, and we do a lot more recycling than $10 on the $150 fee. Irregardless of that, the ordinance still only allows 2 cubic yards per week, or 2 30-gallon trash cans per week per household that has improvements on it who is paying the solid waste fee.
Thank you.
And so, Supervisor Wright, to answer your question,
That's
could we...
okay. I realize I'm off agenda topic here, so let's just forget about it.
Okay, great. Anything else on the Butte fire?
No, thanks a lot for all of your efforts, sir.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. I've been working with GIS and Tech Services on developing mapping and analysis, and we've asked the JFO, the Joint Field Office in Sacramento, to help us with some of the analysis. And the analysis entails identifying structures that did not burn, that are within the fire area, that are potentially in harm's way of debris flows. So we're dialing down on that and teaming together with our GIS and the GIS folk from the JFO that are primarily U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. we're working hard on developing some algorithms and identifications that will allow us to go out and start pre-notifying people when we know we have events that are coming. So it's been a concern of mine since the fire started, and I feel like we've really got traction. And then Mr. Moore, Director Moore, will be talking a little bit more about how that notification will be occurring through our Office of Emergency Services. Questions on that last thing? And when we get those maps, I'll bring the maps in, and we'll have a little show and tell on what they show.
No, but along the Butte Fire topic with your department, Jeff, were you able to bring back former Public Works Director Miller?
Yes.
Temporary hire?
Yes, he's been here for, I guess, about 2 weeks now, and he's working 4 days a week, and he's spending about half his time helping admin and the county office OES, and he's spending the rest of the time helping me, and it's been a tremendous help because he brings not only a very, very good historical perspective, but he's got a massive amount of experience in terms of dealing with disasters, not necessarily a fire disaster, but flood disasters, and the relationships between Cal OES and FEMA and the probes are still the same. So it's been
I'm glad he's able to help and how overwhelming it was for your department.
Yeah. Don't I look better?
Yeah, you're happy.
Well, you don't have the baggage here anymore like you would have, so that's good.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Morning. Mary Sawicki, Director of Calaveras Health and Human Services. Just a real brief report. Our behavioral health staff who has been out at outstations has served 36 clients so far to date, providing various mental health case management services. We will have a breakdown of where locations those are at the different offices on your next report. Additionally, yesterday we received a very positive response from the state that they have received approval from HUD on the $93,000 on the transferring the West Point study money to be able to use that now for the Butte Fire. They weren't exactly sure whether we could do that or not, given the technology of certain words like being able to use it for replacement because of the total loss and it being new construction or, whatever, not necessarily replacing existing, and we've gotten all of that clarified. The good news is that it's now, in having it approved by HUD, it now makes it better for us when we apply this fall coming up for the 2016 year for the $600,000 that we're putting in for the Butte Fire impact area, because now HUD has already approved it. So that's the good news, and so our consultants are starting the process of putting that whole program together to meet the criteria. So we should have that up and running, and I've already talked to Jason about having that program be available through his shop, and we'll have it through the various county departments that will be working with the impacted residents that would be eligible for that particular set of funding, as well as our own. Okay, any questions?
Stan Moore, County Information Technology. We have talked a little bit to the board in the past on emergency notification. I'm pleased to announce that we do have a signed agreement with the company now. And over the next several weeks, we will be reaching out to the public, letting them know more about the system and what it will do and what they can do to take advantage of the system's capabilities. We will be able to leverage telephone numbers from the telephone companies for the landlines. And by the way, we are hearing from AT&T that they are moving along quite well on getting homes in the Bern area reestablished with their landlines. So we'll use that. And then, as we have spoken in the past, there will be other capabilities to use mobile phone, to be using texting, to be using email. I did have an interesting phone call following presentation of the board last time from a gentleman in Arnold who was asking about other ways that we would be able to keep in contact with the public what we're doing with this system is a piece of what we will be developing as a wider-based strategy for getting the word out that will look at the ability to do more leveraged work with television stations, with radio stations. This piece does not take that on, but we will be greatly improving our ability. This is both for natural disasters and day-to-day public safety issues that may come up that our programs fall in a targeted area. So we're excited about it. You'll be getting more information about this along with the public with outreach programs in terms of what they can do to sign up for the services for no charge. Any questions?
Right, that actually is a topic of discussion at Town Hall meeting held Saturday at District 3.
Okay.
Very excited about that.
That's good news. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Charlie.
Good afternoon. Charlie Simpson, Calaveras, Division Supervisor for Calaveras County from the state. You've heard me up here several times talking about how surprised I've been about how fast the processes have taken place here, and the credit for that going to you, your CAO's office, your department heads, and the people working those issues. Everything in state and federal response to a disaster is a process, and those processes have taken place much faster than, in my experience, what I would call normal. And with that, with those balls rolling down the hill now and everything being taken place, a lot of the people who are working in this disaster are being rotated out and going on to other assignments. So with that lowering in workload here, we're working a agreement with CAO's office to transition from the Calaveras Title Building to the Superior Court office line here, probably in the next week, hopefully by the end of the week. And those people who are working those processes that still need to be here every day will be here, will be closer for county staff to work with. We see it as a win-win for us all the way around of being closer to you now, since we don't need the large footprint office that we have down there. Also, the Monday task force meetings and the Monday, Thursday department head meetings that we've been holding will be held in the old Superior Court room here next door to us. So that's one good thing. The other thing is, at your meeting last month, you made a determination that no FEMA mobile housing unit would go into a moderate or high risk area based on the debris flow modeling. And the county swung into action, has obtained for services of a firm to determine that risk level. And I'm proud to announce that they are projected to finish those assessments this afternoon and have the reports in the next day or two. So all of that is moving forward. The good thing is that, at least at this point, 7 of those that were assessed last week that were mapped in the high to moderate zone, actually when you go out and look on the ground and look at the terrain and the topography and everything, are actually a low risk. So those people are going to be able to have their temporary home where they wanted it. Those that, if there's still any that still are in moderate or high after the assessments are done, they will be offered commercial space to put their housing that's in, but they still will be offered a housing in. So with that, moving very quickly, we know that a very tragic thing happened to a lot of people here in September, and I don't want to minimize that by any fact in saying that money is the solve-all for their problem, but it certainly doesn't help. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt. And I've asked Craig Troop, the individual assistance liaison from FEMA, to come and very quickly tell you about the money that's been infused into the community by direct grants to the citizens here that suffered losses. So if you would please, Craig.
Hello. Under the individual and household program, we've had 1,146 referrals for the county of Calaveras. And out of that program, we have gotten a total of 4,000, I'm not good with numbers. 4,963,179 $179.94 in total funds that are awarded out to individuals. And the breakdown goes is that 3.9 million plus has gone for home repair. Some of that went to a max grant. 452,000 plus went for rental assistance, and 984,000 plus has gone for other needs. In other words, for essential personal property, medical, if they did not have insurance, funeral expenses, and transportation. All that comes out of that $3,209, not $32,900. I'll get my tongue straightened out here in a minute.
Sorry. First time up here, I understand.
Yeah, I've stood in front of people before, I guarantee you that. But on top of that, the state has also granted 59 state subsistence grant awards for $509,000. So that's the breakdown.
That's the extra 10,000.
Pardon? That's the extra 10,000.
Sir, I appreciate that report. Would you be able to email me that?
Yeah, I got a couple of card copies here as well.
Yeah, that'd be great if I could have a copy.
Yes.
So that's $4.9 million.
Well, maybe you could just email me on board.
That wasn't in this county before the disaster. So, like I said, money doesn't solve everything, but it certainly can help. And of that, when he talked about the other needs assessment, 85 registrants qualified for the full amount of the $32,900 grant money to them, and of that 85, 59 qualified for the additional 10,000. Any question on funding?
Just no. I have questions. Just can you on the FEMA housing? Is there a breakdown like 100 requests, 30 went back to their private land, 4 are in a commercial area? Do you have that kind of breakdown?
Do you have that?
Yeah.
I do not.
There's been 472 calls or attempt calls to individuals doing the interviews. We call them pre-placement interviews. And out of that, over half of them, I think it's 54%, have found home resources. And any other breakdown. We're down to, and this is as of last Friday, 49 people are eligible for a housing unit at this time. That number is going up and down. Some of the people that have found resources have found out that's not working and have to back, and it's been very few on that. But a lot of the people that are in the process, that were trying to find a place to house, have found other means. Staff down there at the JFO is continuing to reach out to these people and say, hey, we found a resource. Would you be willing to take this? And working with them that way.
Okay. So there's about 50, give or take, that I'll say qualify for the mobile housing
At
units.
this time.
That number changes. So if I initially signed up and, I found a house in Arnold to rent, but for whatever reason that did not work out, can I come back to FEMA if I originally registered and say that?
Yeah, where that was a fixed structure, you had a lease, then you're going to have a good justification.
Okay.
Quite often, people that we see coming back to us are the ones who stay with family and friends. And after a while, it gets crowded. You've got 2 families or 1 household.
Yeah.
It gets pretty old.
How about if somebody signed up and somebody gave them or they bought a trailer and put on their property and that's not working because the trailer leaks and
so on and so forth. Can they come back to
They
FEMA at
come
that
back,
point
and
and
they're going to
say,
have to show a reason why it's not,
Okay.
working out. And
So
I
there's
know
some
people standing
flexibility.
out there with no utilities.
Mhm.
They have to haul water and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
they're using a generator maybe
okay,
and like that. They can call back in, and they'll get referred to the group that's making they're doing the interviews.
okay,
But again, you're going to have to show it. And
Okay.
It's not just because you don't like the color.
right. And then there's somebody who, initially it was decent weather and they decided to live on their property and they're living in a tent. It's getting cold, or for whatever reason they've decided, maybe that temporary housing.
Same scenario.
But they
However, the Red
would have
Cross went
had-
through, was it last weekend? And we're not able to find anybody or knew of anybody that knew of people who are staying in tents at this time.
Okay, and but the key to all of this is that they would have to register with FEMA by that deadline. So you can't go back now and say, change my mind, I want to
You do
register.
accept late registrations, but as soon as they make the phone call, the first thing you're going to get told is you're going to have to write a letter. You're going to get a letter saying this is what you need to do.
Okay.
And then we'll take it and judge on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. So have you guys, and I say you guys collectively, whether it's FEMA or Cal OES, determined, I know there was looking at locations in the county to put some of these mobile units on commercial properties,
Yes.
perhaps develop. Are those folks that you were working with on the commercial side been notified? Yes, we're going
to.
to.
On a daily basis.
Okay, so there's no real, yes, it's a done deal, that's it, and we've moved on.
Right now.
The two down the hill.
Yes.
Yep.
So the process is taking place, the negotiations with those owners or managers of those properties are moving forward. They're determining the need of how many additional might be needed based on the MH2 placement in the current area, as well as the how many are being done on private. I lost my train of thought. The commercial sites are still being developed. Oh, what I started to say is there's several that need pretty intense upgrades on the electrical requirements based on the underground services for the FEMA units.
Right.
So there are several commercial places that are going to need to be upgraded. How long that will take remains to be seen, but negotiations with each of the individual property owners or managers is taking place, and I believe you were given that list 2 weeks ago when Shirley was still on vacation. Did that list make its way to you guys? It was from your request at the last meeting.
Didn't see a list.
I didn't see a list.
We'll resend them the list.
Yeah. Okay. I know they're working, they're processing the paperwork for Bighorn in Angels Camp.
Mm-hmm.
And they got the water containment restrictions waived on, I think it's Hillside. And we're in the process of negotiating with them right now too. So.
Okay. Okay. I just, it's just good to hear because, this county thrives on scuttlebutt, and so does Facebook. So I just want to be able to hear from you, like, if we're working with about 50 people, I hear folks living in tents, I hear all of these stories. So, it's good to have this information, and I appreciate it very much, and I look forward to having that list because it certainly helps me to either refer someone to who has the best information instead of the rumor mill, to be able to, tell the truth, you might say, or factual information. And then other times I get people who, I think the initial shock of the trauma and everything you go through, and you answer a lot of questions, you do a lot of paperwork, and then 2 months has settled in now and say, well, what does that really mean, or can I do this, or whatever. So I just encourage people to continue to call FEMA, and I don't hear where people are having a difficult time getting through. So that's good news. But just to kind of keep in touch with that contact, to hear directly from them about what is going on or what they need to do next. And I understand it's a process and that takes time. When you have to get a site ready for a mobile unit, you've got to make sure it's adequate and safe and all of those things. So I understand the process, but for me it's just, key accurate information and being able to go to the source to get that.
Sir, I have a question before you take off. When you mentioned the Red Cross went out into the field and looked for tents, Can you give me some more detail on that? How did they
This,
do
this is what was reported to us, and I got a third party during one of our meetings there at the office. And they did it on their own. They found tents out there, but most of it had property stored inside the tent. There's tents out there, but they could not find anybody who was actually living out there. You might spend a night or something like that, but or anybody to do it. I've been at this for 33 years, and I've worked, areas like this. I've worked big cities and everything, and in communities like this, people tend to be a little more self-sufficient. Or I can help myself, but I'm more concerned about my neighbor. And then after about 30, 45 days, and all of a sudden it starts hitting them, and then it starts getting overwhelmed. But, this is one thing. It's a good thing, and it's a bad thing about living in a community like this. People are a little more self-sufficient. They can do more than people in a big city.
So I have a question. Seems like we got FEMA trailers that are geared for a big city, being a 200 amp service and all.
The reason is because years ago they eliminated the gas units. These are total electric, which means the furnace, the cooking facilities, the whole 9 yards. And that's the reason why they go with need a 200 amp service.
So, in a rural area like this, there's a lot of folks up here that had solar, total solar. They didn't have.
Unfortunately, they don't work on solar. This is, it's a rare situation to run into it. And, yeah, it's one of the first things. Before I was even here, I was still in Texas, but a friend of mine was already here, and he was pointing out that they were running in that situation, and they were scratching their heads. And it's where we're at.
Okay. I know we're running into the middle of the lunch hour now, that your PIO, Sharon Torrance, is here. Could she give her a report?
Sure.
Sharon Torrance, County PIO. We've been reporting out to the public all of what you've just heard from department heads, posting on Facebook, following other people's Facebook pages, trying to respond to that. We've initiated an unsung hero spot for press releases and for our Facebook page and the county website, acknowledging people like the environmental health crews, the people that are going out to do the work on the ground who are actually putting themselves at risk cleaning up that hazardous waste, and on the roads with 163 dump trucks. Also, Debbie Calcott, who has opened numerous shelters on her own, taken time from doing her own personal things to dropping those and going at the request of the county or of the board to open a shelter. And we're also acknowledging our food bank person. This coming week, we're going to recognize the animal shelter for all the hard work they've done, trying to put a more positive spin on what is actually going on in the community. And there are so many good things going on. There's been so much good work done by the county, by the state, by the federal government, and I think at times it's overshadowed by a few things that maybe were overlooked, possibly, and we're also trying to cover those too. Along with that, I think that with the Health and Human Services and the job that they've done, I think that the young people in this community have gone through the same tragedies and stress that the adults have. Many times they don't know how to show it or how to vent it. And so, as I told you the last time I spoke, we've invited the Kings to come up and do a program or a rally for the county, and actually focusing on the young people in the community. They'll be here Saturday. There's a middle school basketball tournament at the high school, and the high school has been kind enough to let us join their event. And at 1 o'clock there'll be a 3-point contest, and the Kings will be there to help and support, maybe participate. And they're bringing their dancers. I think they're cheerleaders or song girls or whatever. They'll be there. They're also providing lunch prior, and we were limited by numbers. And so we've invited the 25 families that lost homes, including one staff member from the high school. And so we're looking for a good turnout, hoping that the board will join us. If you haven't, let me know if you would. I'd appreciate that for our final numbers. Any questions?
You got me down, right?
Pardon? I have you down. I do. Questions? Thank you.
No, I do have one. At the last time a storm rolled in, I got a frantic message to get a note sent out on Nixle, which I'm not 100% familiar with, but they wanted to use the sheriff's communication ability to go out on Nixle. And I think the sheriff was a little reluctant to do that. Is there a way that we can get a Nixle communication capability set up so that if something like that happens, I can funnel it to you? Or
I think either Shirley or Brian would be the ones to make that happen. We've been working with the sheriff's office on weather or adverse weather. We've put out a lot of information on what people should do. As far as an immediate, a Nixle alert?
We would have to do some further research on that, Supervisor, simply because I don't believe if you're asking, can, like, the administration put out alerts on Nixle if the sheriff is unwilling to, I don't know what the parameters are for Nixle and whether they only work with or do it through law enforcement or fire agencies or whatever, but we can check into that.
Yeah, I appreciate it because, frankly, I don't know what the parameters are either.
There are
one of the many things that we hear about on a regular basis.
There are, and I'm sure, I know that we've all seen the flags that they put at the bottom of your television screen when there's weather coming. And I know we've had a meeting with the National Weather Service, and they will do that.
I think there's supposed to be, excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
There's supposed to be a pretty sizable storm coming in this week, and so there is a sense of urgency about it. I don't even know if they're going to ask again, but what they really had concerns about were the warming centers or shelters that people could go to, and even on the EII report, they're not being used very much right now. So.
The shelters? Yeah, that is true.
In fact, the only person that used it wasn't a Butte Fire survivor.
And they're on the Mountain Ranch, they have a community group that is going to have a shelter, I think, Friday and Saturday.
They were looking for a Nixle notification.
Yeah. Yeah,
and that's they got one last time. How'd they get that?
I twisted the sheriff's arm.
So you got the sheriff to do that for you?
Yeah, but he was reluctant to do it, and I just asked him if he could do it this time, and we can figure something out going forward.
Yeah. And I think that if the storm is as significant as they're saying, that there'll be lots of information from the National Weather Service, and the sheriff will ultimately participate, I would think. I don't know. I can't answer for them.
Are you coordinating with, or will you be announcing those, even if they're private or a community, not a government-driven shelter being open?
Actually, they did a really good job of announcing it both on social media, through the pinetree.net, through the enterprise. So the group that was putting it on really was getting the word out there. My understanding, they were even going out into the community to try and tell individuals and people that was going on.
Yeah, I heard that. Will you be attending the meeting on Wednesday, I believe it is, with Health and Human Services and the community to talk about the shelter?
I will, yes.
Okay, great. Because it's really important just to, we've been talking about this for a while now, is to have, just something set up on a regular basis, so any storm that comes through, we know what's happening, and that gets right to your job, is not to set those up, obviously, but
right.
but to make
promote,
sure
yes.
that then we promote them, so we can really be assured that we are reaching the people. It doesn't look like there's a huge need, really, based on everything we've seen. There's not a huge need, but we want to make sure if there is even one person out there that does need it and it's open, that they know about it. And so having something regular set up is critical. So hopefully we can.
And we're all connected by phone and email, and as soon as my office gets anything, we push it out.
And will you be able to, there's something that comes out of that Wednesday meeting, be able to email us and let us know?
Sure. Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And just one more piece of information for the board. I received a phone call from RCRC, and she was gone last week. I think I mentioned it at the last board meeting. She called yesterday when I was in a meeting, and time I got out of the meeting, it was after 5 o'clock, but I was also sent an email about the possibility of a $150,000 grant from RCRC to help with housing and sheltering needs. So after the board meeting today, I will try and touch base with Patricia and go over the information that she provided me.
Great.
I just wanted to add something. Our public information officer mentioned our unsung heroes, and I heard of something that I don't know too many people know of. It hasn't been mentioned, but as I understand, after working all day long, doing what they do in this recovery effort, PG&E workers then went back to the Mokelumne Hill School and built raised beds that had been damaged and planted flowers so the children would see something beautiful when they came back. I thought that was great. Thank you.
Thanks. Just for clarification, the group that you're talking about up there, Mountain Ranch, is the Mountain Ranch Community Relief Effort. That's the name of the group.
Okay, thank you. We're open to suggestions for our unsung heroes from anyone. So if you'll just email us or call us, and we will definitely put it in the works.
Well, there certainly was a bunch of churches that responded immediately.
Just some quick statistics. Kevin Wright from the Act Department. It'll be a minute. Of the 72,000 acres, this is just so you guys know, I think maybe you already do, but I just want to make sure. Of this 72,000 acres that were burned, 12,000 acres were BLM land. And of that 12,000 acres that were BLM land, 1,000 acres were land that they leased out for cow grazing. So I wanted you to know that. total rangeland loss we thought was about 20%, but the BLM land was only 1,000 acres up to 12,000 acres. The timber production was about 4,000 acres were burned, and the figure that's been floating out there is 20 million board feet. That represents standing timber that could have been used for lumber harvest in the future, whenever the market was good for those people. But now, of course, it won't be anything more than salvage logs if that gets accomplished. See what else. Finally, I was glad to hear that the road department was able to secure NRCS a couple of emergency loans for 2 sites, and I hope that takes place because the rains will be coming and they have 10 days to complete that thing. I'd like to see that get done. Also, when you're talking about rangeland, when you're talking about improvement of the property that got burned so it doesn't happen again, the best thing that we can do is to support agriculture and make sure we get fences and agricultural enterprises, encourage agricultural enterprises in those areas because it's the ruminant animals that eat up the brush that causes the fire. So anything that we can do to encourage agriculture in those areas, get those fences back up, get people back out there, even if it's small operations, that would be beneficial for the whole. That's all.
I have a question for you. We were reading on one of these contracts earlier, and I understand there was a pretty lively discussion at the Planning Commission about a burned property and the sheep that might come back on it. Do you have a feel for how long some of these scorched properties will be before they're actually grazable again?
The BLM will probably keep people up for a year, and then they'll put them back in.
So a whole season.
Yeah, but the way the weather is going now for the normal person, there's grass already starting to come back, so there will be
so by
some light
spring. We should have pretty healthy.
We should have some
cover.
Yeah, if you have properties that you've probably seen them driving around, you know, that like the old Robinson's Ranch out there. I mean, the grass is
it's been warm and somewhat moist so far this winter, and so it's good.
Thank you.
Of course, if we encourage cattle, we'll have the greenhouse gas people on us. It seems like you can never do anything right. I was a little upset to hear our public information officer mention putting positive spins on things. I think the public wants to hear things as they are. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong in promoting community activities and bringing the Kings up here and doing a whole lot of good for the community. But I did not appreciate hearing about putting a positive spin on something which implies that otherwise it would not be a positive, and it's turned into a positive. I didn't appreciate that. And then back when the building department head was talking about consulting with and discussing with CAL FIRE and other interested parties about how to manage the rebuilding of the area. I think it's important that if you're going to, that tends to lead to changes in perhaps building codes and what can be built and where it can be built and how it can be built, and in general the use of people's land. And I realize there are some positive things there, but with all of that usually comes that you're not going to build it for less money. You're going to build it for more. And the area that got devastated was not a particularly wealthy area now, nor is the county particularly wealthy to have to take input from other urban areas within Calaveras, within California, the state of California, to be told how we should be doing it in a rural area where people are poor. I would also say that the rebuilding of a house is a lengthy thing, and the last thing I would want to happen is that a whole bunch of new regulations come out and it turn out that it's going to be a lot more expensive, or that taxes are going to have to go up in that area and across the county, because Arnold is heavily treed too.
Right.
So I would like to hear ramifications of those discussions sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. It's good points, Rosemary.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate all the information that we've gotten about all the work that's being done as a result of the fire, and salute the various departments that have come forward and done the work that they've done. One organization that I just wanted to point out that I think that you all know quite well that is also in need of help is the erosion project that's been initiated by Calaveras Grown, which is pretty much entirely a volunteer effort and confined exclusively to private lands to help those people who live on very, very steep properties to protect the soils on their properties from erosion by placing straw there. And it's a very tedious, labor-intensive process. The project has just recently gotten a straw blower, so they can stick those little flakes in there and get the stuff, shot out much, much more efficiently. I actually went to both Public Works and to Environmental Health early on when I got a little involved with them, hoping that we could get money, to help purchase the straw and all the other supplies that are needed. There's a lot of building contour structures to also help prevent, the movement of those flows if the debris starts moving. And they explained to me that they don't really have funds and that Calaveras doesn't have any funds. But I did want to point out that in the fundraising effort so far, Stockton East has contributed $10,000. The city of Stockton has contributed $10,000 to the project. And I was hoping that maybe at some future point the board could discuss ways that they might investigate sort of creative ways to find funding that would help. This project is probably going to be going on for 3 years at least because it moves so slowly. But I was wondering if anybody has attempted to work with Frank Bigelow or Tom McClintock. I would think that, representatives that represent our area might have pockets of funding that they could help access. But I would think they'd need to be nudged a little bit. And I know Calaveras Grown would be happy to partner and meet with some of those people in conjunction with some supervisors if that were a possibility. So I just wanted to mention them as a group that's working very hard with no public money whatsoever, but has managed to do quite a good job and help the community a lot. Thank you.
Holly, I think Brian Moss was alluding to putting together a study like that at the first of the year.
Yeah, he mentioned that, and I also noticed that Mr. Krovitz mentioned something about a watershed protection agency that is able to release some funds for private properties. I know that East Bay Mud is working mainly on the McCollum watershed, and I think Calaveras Grown is working mainly on the Calaveras River watershed. So it does help the public and downstream users and everybody else, if this can be done. So maybe they'll find a way to get some of that money from the watershed, I can't remember, watershed recovery group to also assist with the Calaveras side. So thank you.
Thanks, Harlan.
As Kevin Wright again. I was negligent not to mention Calaveras Grown, but one thing that they do need kind of right away, and if there was any possible way they could get it, was an old pickup truck so that they could deliver some of this hay to the areas. And I thought, well, there might be something in our surplus in the county that they would be able to utilize somehow. And that would be very helpful to them if we could get them something like that.
That's a good idea.
Suggestion. Thank you.
Can we do that? Or is that against the law?
Do we have a track?
I know we have trucks out there. I've walked past them.
We can look into it and we can bring back, and surplus trucks have been given to nonprofits or to other agencies in the past, so we can look at that.
That was great. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I just want to say that Volcano Telephone Company gave us a bill of flat. They just handed over the keys to 2 trucks. They had another old U-Haul for other types of trucks, No questions asked. And we're going to go, to store stuff and then take it to all these local events like the Thanksgiving, Christmas dinners, so that stuff can be distributed. So it has been done by them, so maybe you guys can find it.
All right. Thank you. Any other public comments? Board comments? No? No? Let's see. I guess we're good. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Oh, bless you. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's get started. Item number 14. Peter?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Before you is the vision statement that was reviewed and adopted by the Planning Commission as far as the vision of the general plan. This was previously scheduled back in September. All of our minds were focused elsewhere, so this was continued off calendar and finally back on our agenda. The Planning Commission has continued to work on the general plan during this time period. We're currently reviewing the resource production element. On next Thursday, hopefully we'll have that wrapped up. Moving on to the remaining elements that we have to review. But it's important that the overall vision that the county wants to, the direction in which we want to move is clarified so that if for some reason the board has a different direction than the Planning Commission, that they know that which direction to go forward with sense. So the vision statement was provided to you at a joint Planning Commission board workshop back in June. It was decided that, yes, we want to include a vision statement in the general plan. The Planning Commission took the draft version that had been prepared several years ago through a series of public workshops and worked on through the consultant in place at that time. And that document was released, I don't remember the exact date, but several years ago, with the understanding that it would be further reviewed, and we're finally at that point now. So in your packet is the draft of the document that the Planning Commission adopted after several hearings. And the recommendation to you is that you review that draft, make any changes that you feel are appropriate, and then we can move forward from there. Do you have any questions of me?
No.
I don't. Thank you very much.
Looks like there was lots of discussion.
There was lots of discussion.
And in the end, it sounds like what we have today, that the Planning Commission were 5-0 votes on each section of it. Is that pretty much what I get out of it?
I think for the most part that is true. I don't remember if every section, I know that there was a lot of discussion in your packet are the minutes, and we're not going back and looking at each one. If that's what your recollection of the minutes say, then that's what it was.
Okay.
But I know there was quite a bit of discussion regarding both from the public as well as between members of the commission as to, we essentially spent 2 whole days wordsmithing that document.
Okay, thank
I
you.
have a question for you, Peter.
Yes.
The current vision statement that's in front of us now, it seems like it's the vision statement. It's very short and sweet, and then it kind of goes on into a lengthy thing about guiding principles, which is different from the vision statement.
That's true. I've been using the term vision statement as sort of a catch-all for the entire document, including the guiding principles.
I like the vision statement you have here. I'd be supportive of that. I think the guiding principles, I would just get rid of them and just adopt the vision statement as a vision statement. I think otherwise it's just too lengthy, and it gets, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of words that don't need to be there.
Do you say that from past experience, Chris, with general plans, or?
Well, I mean, if I have a vision statement, I read this vision statement here. The historical character of the county's communities, the value of its productive resources, the distinction of its physical beauty, and growing economic opportunities would create a high quality of life for residents and a remarkable and memorable experience for visitors to the county. Sounds great. And then let's just forget about the rest of the stuff here, because I think that's more of just like a for maybe the rest of the general plan to discuss, but not for the vision statement. So that's what I would recommend, is just, and maybe we could add some of the, I know people like adding stuff about the property rights, which is something I'm also, absolutely in favor of. I think everybody in our county is in favor of property rights. We could add a little line about property rights in that vision statement there, and then just forget about the rest of it. So then we have a very simple, very easy vision statement rather than this lengthy 2-page thing, or it's not 2 pages, I guess, page and a half. So that's my thought.
Well, is this board comment time?
Sure.
I respectfully disagree with you, Supervisor Wright.
I'm not sure.
I think the guiding principles give us specific direction, but still incorporates latitude to change with changing situations. It gives us a guide, not a definite rule, but a guide to keep in mind while we're accomplishing what this general plan is supposed to do. The vision statement, I agree with Supervisor Wright, is excellent. I think it's a good deal. But once again, the guiding principle, I think, needs to be in there, because that gives us a more specific guide which direction we're going. And it breaks it down uniquely into the areas that are major concern.
Okay. Any other board comments?
No, I don't have any thoughts about making any great changes to it. I know the Planning Commission put a Herculean effort into doing this, and so I assume so did the Planning Department, that you sort of join your work. I must have read this 5 times. I don't really have a lot of changes. It is a general plan statement, and it's not a specific plan statement, and I think that's what it should be, albeit the name general plan. I don't believe that there's anything that could have been precluded that this doesn't say or doesn't give opportunity to do going forward. I don't have any changes to submit to it other than a thank you to the Planning Commission for what they did with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I can see where Chris is coming from in a very short, precise vision statement. But I really could go either way because I think I think the guiding principles just reinforce the vision statement. There was a tremendous amount of work that went into this. There was a lot of vetting at the Planning Commission level, and I wouldn't change anything on here. It was just, for me, it's like, is the vision statement going to be the one paragraph minus the guiding principles, or do we approve it as the vision statement with the guiding principles? So
the intent was that the complete package be adopted. And if I confuse things by just referring to the vision statement, I meant both the vision statement and the guiding principles.
Okay.
And I think, as one of the commissioners pointed out, is as we review the goals and policies, we refer back to these guiding principles. So in that regard, they serve a purpose. They're not necessary. There's nothing in state law that mandates we have them. They're a helpful tool to have as we create the general plan. That's the reason why they're there.
Well, one of the things to add to my comments too, that when I read through this, and it reinforced that it's a general plan. Like it or not, this is probably a 20-year document, because that's what it seemed like the other one became. So there could be a lot of changes in 2 decades that this has to apply to. And I think if we get too specific, what the county looks like in 10 years might not be anything that crosses through my mind right now. And this allows for those changes and allows for property rights to be respected, but it also allows for the developing that I can see of our communities. So I kind of refer back to what I said. I don't have anything I want to change on here.
Any public comments?
Al Sagana, Taxpayer Association. We recommend that you approve this. In our viewpoint, this is perhaps the most freedom-friendly, property rights-friendly, and intelligent general plan statement we've seen in many, many years. And the people that work so hard on it, particularly in the Planning Commission, ought to be complimented for their work. And it's certainly worthwhile because our children and their children could actually work in Calaveras County. They won't have to flee because of a quagmire of overregulation. This is a very good document. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Mayhew. I prefer the original draft vision and guiding principles over this. I think it better reflects the values and, if you will, a more soaring vision of kind of a shining county in the hills. That takes all of the version in front of you today takes that away to a considerable extent. And I think that's unfortunate. The Planning Commission does seem on a mission to emphasize private property rights. One of the difficulties with that is that I think a lot of people consider their property rights to rest in the land use designations and zoning of their property, which tells them what they can expect to happen next to them. And in other words, it provides their right to be free from incompatible development unless that proposed development goes through a process to show that, well, it's really not incompatible, or the incompatibilities can be mitigated. So I think that is a crucial property right that is either ambiguous or not addressed by these principles. I think these principles tend to convey a property rights sense that you have a lot of freedom to do what you want on your property, free from regulation to the maximum extent possible. And I think the outcome of that too often is a kind of constant strife over land use, incompatibilities, and ultimately, when that kind of thing continues, it leads to a kind of dysfunctional county infrastructure, and ultimately, I think that works against people who would want to invest in the county or move there.
30 seconds.
Yeah. What? Did you? What?
30 seconds.
No, I'm sorry. Anyway, I want to suggest one thing. Let's talk about property rights. If you could amend or add a bullet to or change the guiding principle property rights to say county government will respect and protect the property rights of people to develop their productive resources as well as be protected from incompatible development by land use designations and zoning. And I think that embraces both senses of what property rights is about and should be. Thank you.
Colleen Platt, myvalleysprings.com. We've sat through this process, and it was a very long process. I'm not sure if you ever got in your packet. It was left out of the packet, but I believe it was emailed to you that the Calaveras Planning Coalition, which we're also members of, had come up with a modified version of this from the 2008 version, and then they came up with a modified version. And so that was also considered during the Planning Commission meetings. A lot of people did support the modified, edited version of the 2008 principles. There was a lot, I don't know if you had a chance to look through the packet, but there was many public comments sent in support of that. So if I had my druthers, that's the version I would like. But what we have in front of us, there's a couple of things. If you do decide to go with this version, there's a couple of suggestions I'd like to make as far as things that I feel could be improved a little bit or might have been left out. Under the property rights section, a bullet point that the coalition had originally suggested addresses the fact that under property rights, the public interest, and as Mr. Mayhew mentioned, incompatibility, issues like that, are not really addressed here. They're putting property rights at the top without any balance to anything else. And we had a bullet in there that we felt, acknowledged the importance of property rights, but added that balance in there. And the way that reads is the fundamental, this would be a third bullet, not to change anything there. The fundamental importance of property rights will be balanced with the public interests through goals and policies that are economically and environmentally sound and fiscally responsible. So I think that's just something that got left out of there that we need to get back in there as a balance with the public interest of public health, safety, and welfare, the environment. So property rights shouldn't trump everything on top of everything. I mean, there should be some balance in there for the interests of the public. So that was a bullet point that there got tons of public support for, and I don't see that there would be a problem or a conflict there. And then the last subject in your vision and guiding principle, safety and natural resources, the last bullet there. I think also we've left out the county's involvement here. This is a county general plan, and the county is left out of that bullet point. It's all put on to people who own, operate, and manage the land. And I don't think that's exactly proper for being in a general plan. We could just leave that section out and just say, and actually the original bullet point said protect and maintain open space, wildlife habitat, agricultural land, and forest, period. And you do that as is set forth in the general plan. If you leave the county out, there's no county involvement at all. There's no role for the county to play here. So you're putting that all on who owns, operates, and manages the land. I think that should come out of there. It kind of creates a conflict. So it's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Mines from Railroad Flat, and also a member of the Calaveras Planning Coalition. It's been mentioned by all of you and by at least Mr. Segala that the Planning Commission has put a great deal of effort into the rewriting of this vision and guiding principles. And it's true, they spent many, many hours, and many of us sat through many of those hours listening to the rewriting of it. So yes, we can give them credit for taking a lot of time to rewrite it. However, in my view, their rewriting of it has completely replaced the intent of all of those. I know you've heard this a million times, but I'm going to repeat it. In 2007 and 2008, under a different planning director and under a different consultant, hundreds, maybe 1,000 people met in public meetings to express their ideas of what the vision of Calaveras County should be for the next 30 years. And that basically has been rewritten completely by the Planning Commission, by the members of the Planning Commission. There was very little participation at these meetings, but as Colleen pointed out, at the time that the Planning Commission was going to vote on this particular version, which is before you today, there were 17 letters of comment in the packet. 16 of them supported the previous vision, and one of them supported this vision. So I know that when I have questioned planning commissioners, they say, well, times have changed. We have a new administration now. People don't feel the same way anymore. And you guys, sorry, you're out in the cold. But I haven't seen those people come forth, either in writing or in testimony, to say that this is what the people now want for the county. And I'm not proposing, as neither has anybody else, that we rewrite the whole thing, but I have a real problem with making private property rights the centerpiece of the entire vision statement. In several places, it says, for example, in economic development, too, it says the general plan will endeavor to preserve the natural beauty of the region consistent with diversified economic growth and the rights of private property owners. I should think we should get a couple of extra minutes. There's not that many people testifying, and this is the core of the entire... No?
One good for all, I believe.
Okay.
It's up to the chair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then the other statement that I wanted to read, which came out of the Office of Planning and Research, basically says that the document should reflect wide public participation and reflect the ideas of the people who live in the county, because without civic engagement and civic participation, the document will not be a living document. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comments?
Yes, I'm Will Moore, and I think this whole discussion is a clear case of special interest versus the public interest. And I'm in favor of the public interest versus special interest.
Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs, and I'm in favor of the public interest versus special interest. And I think the public made it very clear in reelecting a whole new board of supervisors after the fiasco with Mintner Harnish. And we'd like attention to property rights, and all the environmental interests are heavily weighed throughout the whole general plan. It has its very own element. So I think mentioning property rights a few times in the vision statement is not too much to ask for. So I'd like to encourage to leave it the way it is. I think it's fine the way it is. And it's just a few sentences, and it's just mentioned here and there. There is a special interest in this county, a special interest group that's been very active in getting more government control over our personal property, and it's had some very bad effects, as I mentioned earlier today. And I don't want to see that be happening again. It's just going to cause more division in our county if we start losing our property rights. I just wanted to do a quick mention about Calaveras Grown. It was mentioned earlier they didn't receive public money. It turns out, it appears they received $5,000 from CCWD, and they've also received $70,000 in donations and $5,000 from Calaveras Community Foundation. So I would rather not see my tax money go to organizations that aren't representing, that are saying they're not receiving public money if they've gotten CCWD money. So that's also my tax money too. Even though I don't have CCWD service, part of my property taxes goes to CCWD, whether I like it or not. So I'd rather see my tax money just go to the basic government functions. So thank you.
My name is Peter Race from Genelin. It was many times mentioned, by the way, I do support the proposed ideal and vision what the general plan should be. I've been going to the Planning Commissioners meeting, and I want to thank you, those folks who appointed my representatives. Number of occasions it was mentioned that so many people went to those meetings. I would love to see the name of those listing of those names. I mean, I can take numbers out of blue sky and say, hey, I had 1,000 people come to this meeting. I want to know how many people went, the same people went to all these different meetings. Are they counted each individual meeting a couple times? That's one thing. I'd like to know how many people at those meetings signed in who don't live in the county, who came from different counties to guide us what's the proper thing to do. Because that was, I believe, going to some of those meetings, was not the vision of local people. It was vision of people from outside the county. Now, I don't want to get into personal individuals, but they did not represent the ideology and view of the people in this county. And people made it pretty clear because we have 5 new supervisors in here. We cleaned slate. We cleaned this place up. There's a good reason for it. The environment interest has been addressed and planning at being addressed many times in this vision. Nobody's left out. If those people back in 2008, whatever they wanted to do, as far as I'm concerned, they were bought by Caltrans, and outside interests financed them. They did not represent, even if they say there's 400, 800 people. 800 people had a vision. How many duplications? How many of those people from out of county? There was a good reason that Harnish was fired. But I would love to see anybody show me where his ideology is functioning and functioning happily. So please, your people on the planning commissioners, a lot of work, a lot of boring work, and I envy them that they had the patience and constitutional ability that come up with this. So it doesn't offend anybody, unless a couple of frustrated people, they're not having their way. But elections have consequences, and that's why we got cleared up. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Calaveras Project.
I think what you sometimes lose sight of is that during these long processes where you're developing complicated long-range documents, it's all very fresh in our minds right now what's going on. But when we get 10, 15, 20 years down the road and we're looking at this plan again, something like guiding principles is valuable. Because just like in the law, a lot of times you have to determine what legislative intent was, not just the words of the law. Guiding principles and the vision statement carry the message forward. This is what we wanted to do, and this is how we went about it. And so for those who come after us and start deliberating these documents years from now, they can look at that and find a certain amount of intention, of the mindset of the people that were putting it together. I've been involved with general plan going back into 2008. I don't know why we keep dragging this up. Time has passed. You know, it's a new world even from the time of 2008. It doesn't matter how many people show up. You know, nowadays we do things via the internet with emails and iThings and all that kind of stuff. Before that, it was with letters and meetings. And way before that, the determination was made by how many peasants showed up at the drawbridge with torches and pitchforks. We've evolved from that. The information is all around us. We have easy access to it. We interact with our elected officials a lot. We're able to look at meetings. We've got it on TV. And the one thing that really bothers me the most is when there's an assault on property rights, like it's a dirty word. Well, the most basic freedom in this country is the right to own property and have it be yours, and you do with it what you want. And as far as property rights trumping anyone else, I've been, I don't know how many meetings where there's been a change. I didn't mean to make you smirk. I'll wait until you're done. It's distracting. Thank you. I've been to meetings where they've tried to make changes to the general plan. Everyone is noticed around the property. You have a right to go there. And if you object to your neighbor changing what he's doing with his property, you have the right to have your voice heard. And so I don't think that property rights ultimately just override automatically based on the general plan. Everyone has a chance to have their voice heard. And so I'm totally in favor of what the Planning Commission has forwarded to the board for approval. They have done a lot of heavy lifting over the past year, and I think their efforts need to be acknowledged. And I acknowledged it, and I thank them. I thank you.
Thanks.
Marty Crane. First, I just wanted to say we keep hearing, as we just did, that property rights are the number one ultimate right to own property. Well, let's look at freedom of speech. It's in order for me to protect your freedom of speech, my freedom of speech, I have to protect your freedom of speech. So that's a balance. And it's the same thing goes with property rights, what you're going to do on this property. You don't live in a vacuum. You live in a community, in a county where there are other people around you, and everything that we do impacts everyone else. And so the idea is also is to have a plan that it's called a general plan, but it's really a comprehensive plan that looks at the big picture. Doesn't mean it's vague. It means it looks at the big picture and considers all the aspects and ramifications, and hopefully trying to keep everyone from fighting with each other and out of court. You know, and this is a working tool that people will come and see themselves and say, I have a development, I'd like to build this. I can see myself being successful because I can see it in this plan. There are tools, there's a pathway moving forward for me. This is good. There are things put in place. It was very thoughtful. And one other thing, I recall the instruction to the Planning Commission was not to go back and rewrite everything subject by subject, line by line, word by word, which is exactly what's happening. That was not your instruction to them. It was to incorporate all the public comments into the draft. That's not what's been happening. So
I think that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Okay, any other public comments? Board comments?
The only thing I have that I'd like to see is in the safety and natural resources section. It doesn't put anything, it doesn't allow anything in there for the county to encourage programs. So there's programs that can be brought in to help with, to protect citizens and resources from natural man-made hazards. Like right now, we are in the middle of a man-made hazard, really, and so we're relying on everything from outside of our county to deal with that, which I think is just terrible. If we were encouraging programs to prevent these sorts of things from happening, we would probably be dealing with this right now, or at least at a lesser intensity, which would be really great if you ask me, because personally I don't want to ever go through this again, ever. And so the maintenance of open space also, if there were encouragements and incentives to help property owners for the maintenance and open space, wildlife, agricultural lands, and forests, I think that property owners would become better stewards of their property at their choice. And if we were able to encourage that by having programs that would provide incentives, then it would actually create value, in my opinion. And so, other than that, I'm very happy with it's pretty short and sweet, really. Pretty simple. I said from the beginning that I'm a property rights advocate. I am. But I also understand that we all got to live here together. I certainly don't like people looking in my backyard when I'm working on my car or doing whatever I'm doing, and I don't want it to encourage that at all. So, but we do have a beautiful county, and I think there's not a person in here that doesn't want it to remain that way. I think that everybody here actually appreciates the fact that we live in such a beautiful place, and we want to keep it that way, I'm sure. But by devaluing properties is not the way to do it, and taking away property rights. So if there were any change at all, for me, it would be that the county would encourage programs that could help citizens to be able to find ways to incentivize citizens for the protection of the resources and natural man-made hazard against that. Right now, what we have is, and we heard this morning Jeff White come in here and say, yeah, we're going to get the fire marshal from the state here, and we're going to get a fire plan going, and that fire plan's probably going to be restrictive on roads, the way you build your house, where you can build your house, how you can build your house, and all of that. How you maintain your properties, how many feet from your properties that you're going to have to clear it, all of that, okay? And it's going to be on you to do that. If you don't do it, you get a little citation from CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE come out, they give you a little citation, and pretty soon you get, that citation will grow if you don't have the ability or if you can't do it. And then it eventually gets down to attaching your property. So I would much rather have a plan in place, or have the county move towards the encouragement of plans to be able to help property owners be able to do that, get incentivized plans in to be able to do that. Goes with the maintenance of open space. If open space is valuable, then that's what it is. It's value. And it's valuable to the property owner, too. It should be. That should be their value. They own it. So there should be a plan in place to be able to incentivize that person to keep it there. Great. That's a win-win. You don't take it from them. You don't take the right to use that property from them. So it's just kind of how I feel about things. If I have something of value, then I probably should get compensated for it. If not, then I guess somebody's going to come and take it from me, right? So that's the only changes that I would make. Other than that, I'm good with this.
So I have a couple of things, if you don't. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask Cliff a question. I understand where you're going and what you're saying, Cliff. But in the guiding principles in safety and natural resources, it says protect citizens and resources from natural and man-made hazards. In essence, when the general plan evolves, and some of the concerns that are being expressed are too things that they're not seeing in it. As the general plan evolves, wouldn't that be the time when we go to that part of the general plan that we develop what you're bringing up?
Mm-hmm. Policy.
Not in, because what you're saying is much more than in a guiding principle, and I support that. Okay, but I don't know if this is the time when that evolves in the general plan, or how you can make a statement that makes that evolve.
Yeah, I mean, if you said protect citizens and resources from natural and man-made hazards, and you added on that, is that what you're saying, or the next one down, next bullet point down?
Well, it would be on that one. The county, it would have said the county shall encourage programs to protect citizens and resources from natural and man-made hazards. Encourage programs.
Yeah, I mean, I have absolutely no problem adding that there. I mean, I think, like I said before, I think that I'm in agreement with the rest of you guys on the vision statement. The guiding principles is where I get sideways on you. But that said, I would agree with adding that. I have no problem with that. It's a little bit more specific, but it's not that much more specific than the rest of this. And why not add it? Doesn't hurt anything.
No, say that sentence again compared to your other discussion.
What's that?
What you just said.
The county shall encourage programs to protect citizens and resources from natural and man-made hazards.
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty minor change.
Well, if that's the case, then I like to see it under economic development.
Perhaps I can add a suggestion, I'm not sure exact language, but as a separate guiding principle that programs shall be geared towards encouragement rather than mandates or something along those lines. It will be applied to all of the various programs, whether it's economic development, community development, public safety. But what I'm hearing, at least from Supervisor Edson, is that what you would like to see is that when we have a program that's sponsored by the county, that it's in the form of more of encouragement to get people to do what we think is the right thing, rather than tell them this is what you have to do, and if you don't do it, you'll be in trouble. Mm-hmm. That's sort of what I hear from.
So would that be necessary in here, or could that be just...
Well, again, this is the overriding principle, and then as we develop the policy language would say, well, okay, this is an encouragement, or is it a mandate?
Okay.
And we're saying we prefer encouragement rather than mandates. Yeah. And so...
See, to me, this is saying that already. It's just when you get into the policy, what Cliff is discussing is going to evolve out of that. And I don't know if making it any more confusing.
So that comes next, you're saying it...
Well, the next step in what the Planning Commission is doing right now, we've gone through land use, noise, and resource production, is to look at policy language and refer back to these guiding principles. Is this consistent with these principles?
Okay. All right, I'm sorry.
And then, so we have the goals and then the policies and the actual implementation program. And each one of those are supposed to sort of go back to the previous level of policy language.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mauer, I believe that's probably the solution to our issue here. Once again, guidelines, and when we go into policy, being more specific, I think that's a good fit if we go with that. And Supervisor Edson has a great point. It really does.
Safety element,
put it in a proper place.
Didn't mean to interrupt. When we get into the safety element, we'll be looking at specific programs, certain policies about how to protect our community and its resources from wildfire, from flooding, from other hazards. And how are we going to craft those policies? The guiding principle will help us then say this is the direction we want to go. It's not going to be the heavy hammer of government saying this is what you have to do. It's going to be here are programs that we can make available to the public and to encourage them to maintain their property in a fire-safe manner. So if you want to add a guiding principle along those lines, perhaps under role of the plan, under that section, which is sort of more broad and general rather than just safety. And that would cover then all of these other plan areas to have some language about encouragement rather than mandates.
Mandates. Because then we would be doing what we don't like being done to ourselves.
I didn't. That was a good point, Steve.
Yeah. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, Cliff. I don't mean it that way.
No, it was a good point. I just didn't think of it that way. I'm glad you brought it up.
As long as
because really, this fire has had a profound effect on me. I got to tell you, and I don't want to see it happen to anybody ever again. And we have so many things that we can do that will help to not let that happen without restricting everybody, but encouraging folks. And I think that probably, if you talk to almost anybody right now, they're going to probably agree with you on that. There's a lot of good things going on right now too. Just to deal with Calaveras Grown and what they're doing right now that's encouragement. That's a real good example. So I understand what Steve was talking about. Now I'm good with that.
So I was just looking at the old draft vision and guiding principles statement that's in attachment 1 on our staff report, and the actual vision statement looks pretty close to the other one. But I have to say I just like this one better, and I think it shows kind of a more concise, just a better all-around guiding principles for where I think the plan should go. So I would support this one over the one that's in front of us right now. And I think that it has been vetted by a larger group of people throughout the county as well. If we added some language in there on property rights, that would be fine with me. But this one, I think, what happened is the Planning Commission kind of went off on their own tangent, which they're right. But I do think that all the work that went into the previous one should not be thrown out, and it should be included. I just think it's a better all-around guiding principles. So I would support that.
Okay. So, shall we take a poll or vote?
We have to vote. It's not a poll.
Yeah, it's a vote, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Can I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. So Supervisor Kearney moves that we approve as presented the vision statement and the guiding principles that Director Mauer has presented. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, and a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
4-1. All right, let's move on to 15. That's where I recognize you from. It's Caltrans.
Black frame, yeah.
Yeah,
We know Matt.
There you go.
He's our
Not
wagon trail
Caltrans.
expert.
Matt is not from Caltrans.
Ooh, I'm getting up fire on that.
Matt is not from Caltrans. He's our consultant.
Yeah, wagon trail engineer.
You want to give him 5 minutes to set up?
Sure.
All right, that'd be great. We got a 5-minute break, please.
This on? Yes. We're guest reconvened. I'm Jeff Grubitz, Director of Public Works, Calaveras County. Item 15 on the agenda deals with the Wagon Trail Project, which is State Route 4 west of the City of Angels Camp. And this has been a long-term, high-priority project for the county in terms of trying to improve safety, alignment, functionality, operations of what has been quoted as the last state route, unengineered section of state highway in the state of California, meaning that the alignment, in terms of the way it was laid out, was done by wagon trail, and it had never been engineered for modern-day vehicular traffic. So it is necessarily slow, windy, curvy, with problems. So it is a high-priority project. It's been in the process for a number of years, and we are coming up to milestones. And the current milestone where we're at is what's called the end of preliminary engineering, where we are coming up to an approved project report, which describes most of the engineering and design criteria for your alternatives and impacts on right-of-way and traffic handling, things like that, as well as approval of an environmental document. Now, the environmental document to be finalized must have a preferred alternative selected. Since this is a state highway project, the selection of the preferred alternative resides within Caltrans, our local district, and that decision will be made. But they do not believe in making these decisions in a vacuum. Therefore, they seek recommendations from local governing agencies. We presented this project in the draft environmental document, the draft project report form, last October at a public hearing and received a lot of comments, and subsequently presented it to the COG board for their recommendation of a preferred alignment. And they did select a preferred alignment unanimously to make a recommendation to Caltrans. We're also presenting this to this board for a similar action, and the City of Angels is also taking it to their city council for similar action. We're hoping that all three governing bodies make the same recommendation, and I think they will. The project really does describe a clear preference for alternatives, and this does reflect, I believe, the vast majority of the impacted property owners along the alignments that are proposed. So Matt Satow, who is working for Calaveras County and the COG, acting as project manager on this project, doing a great job, by the way, is here. He'll give a brief history, and then he'll give you some details on these two alternatives and answer any questions you may have. This will be a repeat for, I believe, Supervisor Kearney and Supervisor Ponte, as they've seen it before with the COG board. So if they'd like to take a quick nap, that would be a good time. All right.
I want to make this much more exciting, though. And clearly I work for Jeff. He just summarized everything we'll present you in about the last 3 minutes, but we'll go through the presentation. As I mentioned before, Supervisor Wright got in. This is exciting for me. This is I've been working on this since late 2012. This is a large milestone we've reached in this project. We released the environmental document. We're at almost near the finish line on the environmental stage, which is big for the project development phase when you're trying to deliver a large transportation project on the state highway system. So for that reason, then, you are the last of the what I call the road show. We certainly presented this to the COG board and as well to the City of Angels Camp, City Council. And they again chose unanimously for one of the alternatives. So we'll go through that in this presentation. As Jeff mentioned today, really just want to give you some quick background on the project, talk a little bit about the process for completing the environmental, and then go over what factors that the group, the working group, will take into consideration when making a recommendation for preferred alternative, and then take any questions at the end. So, I'll spare you the details of how we got here, but this has been going on for many years, and the two alignment alternatives, there are two viable alternatives that have been looked at for this process. The blue alignment that you see there is alternative 1, and the red alignment is alternative 2. The main difference between those two alternatives, the red alignment, alternative 2, utilizes a lot more of the existing right-of-way as well as existing improvements, such as, in particular, up at Pool Station Road. Alignment 2, the red alignment, uses what Caltrans has already constructed there and builds off of that. The process, as mentioned, this started back in 2001 with Caltrans, and we picked up this project in late 2012 to essentially take the environmental and project approval to the finish line. You can see that it's taken us all the way through from 2012. We conducted all of our engineering and environmental studies out in the field. We spent much of 2014 and 15 really compiling those studies and making it through the somewhat onerous Caltrans review process in order to release the document to the public, which we did in September of this year. We held a public hearing in October over in Angels Camp, received public comments. Document. So in order to complete the environmental document, the PDT makes a recommendation on the alternative. Now the PDT stands for Project Development Team. The Project Development Team has folks from Caltrans, Calaveras Council of Governments, Calaveras County, which I represent on there, as well as Jeff, City of Angels Camp, and then some of the consultant teams that's on there. This is really the working group. This is the one with the boots in the ground. This team is going to make a recommendation to the Caltrans District Director. The Caltrans District Director will make a decision on the preferred alternative to carry forward into the final environmental document. Once that decision is made, the team will draft the final environmental document, and it will go through the final review and approvals at Caltrans. The factors that the working team, that we take into consideration when making that recommendation, we certainly take into account the findings from all the environmental and engineering technical studies that we've conducted. The project cost is a big deal in this case, and we do take that into consideration. Also, one thing that we also have to consider is with each of those alternatives, we have to take into consideration how well each of those alternatives can we break it apart into smaller pieces that we can implement. Now, with the limited amount of funding that a smaller county like this has, you don't have the capacity and ability to deliver the whole project at once. So each alternative has to be able to deliver in phases. That's something we take into consideration. Also, we strongly take into consideration the comments that we received in the public hearing, as well as the recommendation by the local agencies or boards. So I'm going to give you just a summary of some of the things of all those factors. We're taking into account some of the highlights of it. On the environmental findings, alternative 2, I can tell you overall has just less environmental impacts than alternative 1. And some of the highlights of that were just less oak tree impacts, significantly less farmland impacts, and right-of-way needed for folks on this one. On the project cost comparison, it's pretty straightforward as well. Alternative 2 is significantly less, $76 million as opposed to $91 million to deliver. The ability to phase for construction, as I mentioned before, it's really important. With given a cost of either $76 million or $91 million, the project has to be able to be broken apart into smaller pieces as your funding is available. And so when you look at these two alternatives again, the blue alternative, because it uses so much space that's outside of the existing roads, you don't have a lot of options to phase that project. You have to build it. There's really only 3 phases you can build that project. You can build the western portion from Appaloosa to the west. You can build the middle section from Appaloosa to Gelding, or you can build Gelding to the east to Stockton. It's 3 phases essentially. The red alignment, because it uses a lot more of the existing road system, we can break that apart into smaller pieces. And I'm going to show you some examples of that. So this is the red alignment. This is alignment number 2. You can actually break it apart into 4 phases. So you can have your eastern portion from Gelding to the east to Stockton. You can have the middle segment from Appaloosa to Gelding. Or you could, because it uses Full Station Road, you can break it apart into west of Full Station Road or east of Full Station Road. Those are still pretty large segments. And again, because it uses so much of the existing road, this is just looking at Full Station Road. We can actually break that segment into 4 separate segments as well, from Bonanza Mine to somewhere in between Hunt Road, where we leave the existing alignment, and then to Full Station Road, down to Appaloosa, and then even at the intersection of Appaloosa, we can break that apart into a separate project as well. Because many of you know, at Appaloosa, that's where we have a significant issue of coming out of Appaloosa. If you're coming out of Appaloosa and trying to look to the east, you can't see over the hill to the east there. It's a real issue for those folks there. So that's a separate project that we could actually break out with Alternative 2. From the public comments, again, we received quite a few public comments. I'm going to give you the highlights of it. Essentially, I believe now from the count, we received, it was either 9 or 10 comments in support of Alternative 2 from property owners and stakeholders. There were 0 in favor of Alternative 1, just to let you know. The rest of the comments we received as well were, some of them were mainly focused towards individual properties. I won't go over those comments. They're driveway access, individual things we'll have to address. Each of the comments that we received were required to respond in writing in the final environmental documents to those comments. And then, of course, the recommendation of the local agencies. And as I mentioned, the Calaveras Council of Governments was a unanimous vote in support of Alternative 2. And as well as City of Angels Camp made the same recommendation unanimously in support of Alternative 2. I can tell you from the PDT team, we haven't officially taken that action yet, but I can tell you that from all the factors that we take into account, there's nothing that would lead us at this point to go with Alternative 1. Alternative 2 seems to be a fairly clear alternative in this case. So I shortened stuff in the COG presentation a little bit. I took out some things. If you have any questions, I certainly can answer those.
While you're thinking, I'd like to address a little bit of where do we go from here and what is the process moving ahead, and then maybe you'll generate some questions on the 2 alignments. It will take a couple more months to address all of the comments received on the environmental document. Then it has to go through a fairly rigorous review process of Caltrans before we get signatures on both the environmental document and the draft and the project report. Once we then formally have preliminary engineering completed, at which point we can begin moving ahead with right-of-way acquisition as well as design, which is plan, specs, and estimate. And then the final phase, of course, would be construction. As Matt mentioned several times, funding is a huge issue. To date, we funded this entire project, the vast majority of this project, with local funds, local regional improvement funds. And as a region, we do not generate enough money to be able to complete this project. $70 million would essentially potentially have us making a promise 50 years in the future of our current funds to get it built. And we also believe that there should be some help because this route has regional significance as well as local significance. So it's providing a corridor for more than just the people who live along it and the people who live east or west of it. It's regionally significant for the Central Valley, for people wanting to come up to Big Trees, on and on. So we have reached out to management at Caltrans and explained to them our difficulties and asked them if they would consider or if there were any possibilities or probabilities to getting pieces of these segments, these divisible segments, funded through other funding sources. And they have committed to us that they will actively research that and actively implement pieces of this project into their future programming. And I do believe that those promises were made with care and truth. I believe that they will be doing that. In the interim, looking ahead from the county's perspective, we spent a lot of time and a lot of effort getting ourselves to this point. And it's a very difficult point to get to. Once you get project approval, everything else just becomes the engineering, which in many ways is the simplest thing because the decisions have been made, your criteria, the criteria have been defined, and your restrictions have been identified. So it's basically putting your mouse to your computer and doing the design and getting it prepared for advertisement, doing the negotiations to purchase the right-of-way. I am personally, and I've talked to a number of people on the PDT team, I'm reluctant to go out and acquire right-of-way if I haven't got a certainty of funding for the construction, because that puts hardships on the landowners that you're acquiring the right-of-way from, and if you don't come and follow that immediately with a project, it doesn't make sense. And so I've indicated to the PDT team that I'm hoping that as we break this project up into bits and pieces, and we find pieces that are fundable, we will be acquiring the right-of-way specifically for those that we can construct. Our thinking is that we will get project approval. We currently have funding to bring it to the end of PS&E, but in terms of the right-of-way acquisition, we'd only do that for the project that we have funding guaranteed for. So, and there are several scenarios in terms of types of projects or types of pieces of this project that we can fund with our current funding levels, and additions that we can add to it that would also be meaningful that we can add should we get funding from additional sources such as the SHOP program, which is a state highway operational safety improvement program. It's a long acronym. So we do feel like we have enough money to complete a significant process and be able to deliver a piece of this project with our current funding levels. It's not the entire project, and it's not even the majority of the project, but it is significant. So that part is the good news. The bad news is that we're still awaiting word on how we can fund other very important pieces of this.
Jeff?
Yeah.
When you talk about the funding, is that funding coming from what source?
Well, it would. We're hoping it would come from several sources, but mostly we're hoping it's coming from out of our county regional funds. We're hoping it's coming out of the state funds on various programs.
The money that Jeff's talking about right now that would be used for design and right-of-way, that's already been allocated from the state transportation improvement funds that your county receives.
Thank you.
The environmental studies are in process, correct?
Actually, the environmental studies are completed.
Oh, the EIR is?
Well, it's a joint NEPA and CEQA document, and an EIR references a flavor of the NEPA side. So what we do is we call it a joint environmental document or clearance in accordance with CEQA and NEPA. We've actually, I believe this is a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA and a, what was it under NEPA? Matt, do you recall?
Initial study.
Initial study.
I was trying to remember at the COG meeting, did you say we have already purchased mitigation credits for some of this?
No.
No? Okay. Thanks.
No.
It's probably the other, something else that we were doing.
In fact, right now our process, we've submitted to Fish and Wildlife Service our potential impacts on the project, on the alternative.
Right.
And so they'll come back to us and let us know what the mitigation will be for us. That's just in process right now.
And programmatically, we can't actually spend money purchasing a mitigation bank prior to us completing the preliminary engineering phase because it's considered a right-of-way phrase.
That's what I thought. I was pretty sure I was confusing it with another project when I was looking at this.
So did that generate any questions on the two alternative alignments?
No.
Nope.
Sit down with the public.
I mean, I'm not an engineer. You guys pick it.
Well, I think we're supporting it. I mean, we have the two options there, and what I call the red line option was certainly vetted through COG and the City of Angels, and at the public hearing process, it was pretty much, I won't say obvious, but majority supported the red line. It was less property involved. It was less environmental issues, so there was, good all the way around. And, I have to say during this process, too, that, I think I can sit here and say that each and every property owner along the way has been invited to be a part of this process, some more active than others in their comment period, or being able to meet one-to-one with the engineering design folks, that sort of thing. So there are some folks who have opted not to be as involved as they have been invited or were invited to be.
The red line was alternative 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I didn't get my
Yeah.
line.
Put that back up there. Can you put that back up?
The red line. If you look on the charts, you'll see exactly what Supervisor Pawney's telling you. The impacts are less, it costs less to do, and it's probably the best choice, hands down. And in fact, I think at the COG meeting, if someone wonders, I asked you about that large loop. Does it significantly increase the mileage? And it really doesn't, right? Okay.
No, actually, it really, because the loop we're talking about, it just really follows the existing alignment more and uses more of the existing improvements out there in the existing right-of-way, and that's why the cost is so much. But I thought about your question a little more as I was driving home.
If we have another meeting, I'll ask you the same question.
And there's still work to be done with the individual owners in regards to more specific right access issues and, how many access points, and, for folks along the way, it's, their outbuildings or, perhaps their fencing and water troughs and things along that line. So there's still the fine-tuning that needs to happen as we continue this process.
So that isn't going to, wipe out that duck pond, is it, out there?
Which one?
Which one?
Down there by, on the first loop on the right.
Heading to?
From Copper.
From Copper?
Yeah. Is that right?
Well, it's possible. 7.7 acres of floodplain and 3 creeks are going to be affected by option 2. So it could, yes.
I can't see that happening.
I don't think so. Supervisor Edson, as you can see coming on the Copper side, we're following the exact alignment. What we're doing is widening to achieve full shoulder width. And so that portion, that westernmost portion before it begins to diverge is essentially on the exact alignment. So you don't have impacts too far out. And part of those shoulders have already been constructed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm good with alignment 2.
I would agree with
alignment 2.
So what we're asking for is we're asking for a vote of the board that recommends a preference for alternative 2.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
And public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment. 1 out of 5, 6 of you ought to have something to say.
They're all on our side.
All right.
And I would.
Yeah. Can I have a motion?
I would make a motion to support alternate number 2, the red line.
Okay.
I second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0.
I'd like to thank the board and like to thank Matt at Drake Haglin, as well as our consultant, Dock and Engineering. They've been doing outstanding work.
I'd agree.
Matt from Caltrans.
After the second time, I'm starting to understand it. A lot of work here.
It's come a little way since 2012, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of work to it.
Yeah, me neither. All right.
Okay.
So we have.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we have the consent agenda. So consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from a consent agenda for later discussion. Any member of the public wishes to remove a consent agenda item? Any members of the board?
Yes, I do, Chair. Number 20.
Let's see.
I'll make a motion for the rest of the consent agenda.
I need to remove 22 to make correction, please.
22. Okay. 20 and 22.
I'll make a motion for the consent agenda to be approved, excluding 20 and 22.
All right. So have a second, please.
A second.
Second. Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Number 20.
Thank you, Chair. I requested this to be pulled so we could have a discussion on this and bring the board up to speed of what's recently happened. Just last week, I was advised by Supervisor Randy Handbelt of Tuolumne County that a task force has been formed to the governor's office regarding the dead tree emergency proclamation issued by Governor Brown. That task force consists of representatives from a variety of agencies, including representatives from Edward County and Tuolumne County, and now most recently, after participating in those discussions at CSAC convention, I have been requested and appears to be appointed to that task force to represent Calaveras County on the governor's task force. This issue was discussed quite extensively at CSAC among all the representatives from the 58 counties, more importantly, the counties affected by our bark beetle problem and our dead tree problem. The task force is designed to bring attention to not only public lands on the state level, but also the private lands. So we're suffering especially in District 3 and in District 2, Supervisor Wright's district. The reason I pulled it once again is to bring that information to the board, to the public here. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, did they? I mean, because that's obviously my main concern is the the private lands, because we don't have any control over the national forest to speak of. So, did they talk about funding and or even like what do we do? I mean, we have a lot of private landowners that can cut the trees down. Where do you take them? And all those. I mean, is there something that's actually moving? Because they've been talking about it for a while.
Yes, they covered the areas of taking the trees down, disposal of the trees, things of that sort. But that's things of that type. It appears to be a very concerned effort now. I've got, for your information, I do have the members of this task force list, and like I said, it probably consists of about 40 different agencies.
Yeah, I'm on some emails that are going around. I was wondering if do we want to see if we can bring it back for? We talked about it briefly at the last when we declared it, bringing it back for more discussion about what we can do, especially with the private lands, as a standalone agenda item next year, at the beginning of the year.
Do we have to redo this every 2 weeks to keep it going?
Yes, we do.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could
We're going to bring it back every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, so but when we bring it back, can we have discussion about like what are our options as a county entity to help with this emergency? I mean, it's an emergency. There's a lot of. I mean, we all know there's a lot of problems, but is there anything? Can we go over a list of options if that's something we can do?
And I think initially the good resource will be Supervisor Oliveira, because he will be sitting on the governor's task force, and as they work through those issues, we'll be able to bring those back to the county.
I have an idea on that. Remember how we had RCRC come and their lobbyist gave a really good presentation about the marijuana laws? Mm-hmm. Could we get somebody like that from this task force that could come and give an overview of everything, do you think?
They've had one meeting, and our next meeting is scheduled for the 14th of December in Sacramento, which I will be attending. I will make that inquiry. In the meantime,
it'd be a good idea maybe if you have questions that you want might ask for us, then
maybe I'll go with you.
That might be a very good move, Supervisor Wright.
And I think along those lines, CAL FIRE has a person who can make that kind of presentation too, if that's of interest.
CAL FIRE also has programs.
What time do they have in it? You can email me. That's okay.
I can email.
So the other question would be, since the governor made a state of emergency, right? And we are in a state of emergency anyhow. I know that CAL FIRE has programs that would allow us to be able to. Remember that meeting we had on watershed stuff?
Well, they have potential to help the private.
Yeah, so they have a program that's straight up. They'll pay 75% for something like that, and then and I think that if you push them a little bit harder, then they seem to be able to come up with a little bit more benefits, like in-kind contribution and things like that. Remember that? Yeah. And so it would be a good idea to find out if CAL FIRE is going to be able to kick in on this as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll contact CAL FIRE.
That's all I have, Chair, on that issue.
Can we, along Chris's suggestion, can we have?
CAL FIRE?
Yeah. Can we ask CAL FIRE to make a presentation?
We can, work on that, having it after the first of the year.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. I know it's just going to get. I was watching a little CAL FIRE video on it, and they're like, it's going to get worse over the next 4 years. I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah. So let's try to be proactive and not react to it later. All right. Good. So we need to.
Public
what do we
comment?
need to do on this? Let's make a motion on 20.
Public comment on 20?
Public comment. Don't break the doors down.
Looks like it's me. I just wanted to reiterate, this is something the board brought up when you did adopt the motion to declare the state of emergency for the trees was the private end of it. And I think maybe the other option, in addition to what Supervisor Oliveira and Supervisor Wright are going to do, and I think that's excellent, is to get RCRC and CSAC involved, more really RCRC than CSAC, but it's best to have them both involved, maybe after the new year, to see if there's something that can be done in the next legislative session for private property relief.
Well, I'll be up at RCRC on Thursday, so I'll talk to them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, see, they did a good presentation on the marijuana thing, I thought.
I'll talk to them about it on Thursday. Okay. Can I have a motion, please, on 20?
I move we continue the resolution for a local state of emergency on tree mortality.
Okay. Have a second?
A second.
So a motion by Supervisor Curdy, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. 22. Mr. Barr.
Hi, I'm Todd Barr with Code Compliance. I just need to make a correction here. I made a mistake when I submitted this apparently. But this should read, uphold administrative citation 15-27 regarding Joseph and Lori Janusa, 2000 Nickerson Lane, Murphys, California.
Okay.
Rather than the Emery word. I don't know where that came from.
Is it really in 2 districts?
What's that?
Is it really in 2 districts?
No, I bet you it got cross.
District 3? Or District 4?
I bet you somebody went halfway through a sentence and then went halfway through another one.
Where's Nickerson Lane?
Supervisorial District, District 2, District 3.
That
3.
is 3. It's 3.
Murphy's Place, District 3.
Because it has a heck of a campsite.
So that's the amendment, or the amendment to the...
Yes, that's the correction to that, yes.
All right. And what was the names?
It would be Joseph and Lori Janusa are the property owners.
Janusa?
It's in the discussion summary correctly. It's just in the recommendation wrong.
All right, could I have a motion, please?
Public comment.
Public comment first. Okay. Motion.
Board comment?
Board comment.
Point of clarification, it was reported in an informational source that Supervisor
brought these citations regarding this, and I just want to make sure that that is not the case. And could you take us 10 seconds and tell us how this citation is brought? By code compliance, and supervisors have nothing to do with it.
Yes, supervisors do not have anything to do with issuing administrative citations. Actually, this citation was brought forward because this case has been going on probably 4 or 5 years, if I remember correctly. Basically, it's been a public nuisance. There's been construction out there with no permits. They're holding events without proper permits. Basically, it's the neighborhood's really not happy about what's going on at all.
Thank you very much.
Make a motion.
I'll move.
Second. A motion by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Report out. Debbie, you want to go first?
Sure. Attended a COG meeting earlier this month, and pleased to report that we appointed 3 citizen folks to our COG board. John Gomes was reappointed to serve a 2-year term. Tim Uterdes, who had been serving as an alternate, is serving a 1-year term, and Justin Catalano, who has been is now serving a 1-year term after many attempts. Meanwhile, we still need an alternate, and that is the one person or one opening that we have left on the COG board to fulfill that. In addition to that, we heard a report on our transit system and where we go in the years to come, and we are now seeking public comment on that plan. For those of you who would like to see the plan, I don't know if you got that in your mail or not. It's a good 2-inch thick plan, but it's also on the COB website to review. So I encourage you to do that. Public comments will be taken for the next several weeks, and then we'll issue a final report sometime when we meet again in February. We don't have a COG meeting in January per our JPA agreement. LAFCO produced a study on community service assessment districts, and I've been getting a lot of inquiries into the CSAs in my district, and I just want to let the folks know that on January 25th at the 6 p.m. at the LAFCO board meeting, there'll be a comment, what do you call it? What do you call those things where the public comes in to talk about it? Thank you. A public hearing on the CSA study. And this will give CSA's membership an opportunity to, just testing you guys to see if you're, so this will give CSA membership opportunity to comment on it as well as provide some written comment now. I have an EMS monthly meeting tomorrow in Copperopolis, 9 o'clock at the fire station. Child Support Council will meeting on the 21st of December in Sonora, be attending. IHSS meeting. You saw this morning, the results of the meeting we had on the 30th, and we'll meet again on December 14th. I attended a Commission on Aging kind of holiday annual, I don't know if it was an annual meeting or not, but holiday festivities luncheon that was very nice, and very nice to see a well-rounded group of people serving on that commission and doing lots of good work. Attended the Columbia College open house, and as a result of that open house, there was some concerns and questions about transit, and I've referred that on to the transit, in addition to encouraging transit folks to talk to Columbia College about advertising on the bus as another means to get the word out about classes at the Vallecito Columbia College Community Outreach Center in downtown Vallecito. Also would like to put a shout out. We have a variety of commissions that will be seeking membership as we start the new year. I know our January 5th meeting, hopefully we can reappoint and appoint some new folks so our commissions can be fast and furious from day one, including the Parks and Recreation Commission, which each of you need to make sure you get your district representation out there on. The cemetery districts and all of our districts are in desperate need of new members and appointing some of the ones who'd like to serve again. Our Fish and Game, our in-home health services. A number of our CSAs will be appointing new members starting in 2016, and our Library Commission. So folks can go on the county website and learn a little bit more, as well as the application is on there. And I know that county admin office would love to get some applications in by the 20th of December so that we can have it on our agenda for January 5th and move full speed ahead, especially with that Park and Recreation Commission. Red Hill, Jeff announced, December 11th will be opening, and I continue to attend the Calaveras Rebuilds Committee, which meets currently right now every Thursday at 3 o'clock, and they continue to look at avenues for funding sources outside our communities to help rebuild homes, and they have a group of folks who are working on about, the number goes from 60 to 80 folks who qualify for rebuilding a home, and kind of working with those folks about where funding sources might be to help people rebuild. And it's a huge community effort on many levels, and currently being chaired by Mr. Sender, which he's doing a good job. So that's all I have.
Friday on the 4th, I attended and actually participated in the White Pines Christmas Parade of Lights, one of the first annual events held. Very well attended. We had a large group of people, estimated somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 along the streets of White Pines. We had good participation from the community and the businesses in the floats. We tend to make this an actual annual event, and the proceeds of this actually was dedicated to the White Pines Park Committee for the maintenance of the White Pines Lake and the White Pines Park. On Tuesday, I did attend the CSAC annual convention and picked up valuable information. During that 4-day period, I attended workshops and was involved in discussions with the Administration of Justice, which I was appointed to that committee in this particular convention. Additionally, made contacts with the folks on the task force for the dead tree and bark beetle problem that we discussed earlier. I was able to attend workshops regarding marijuana initiatives as adopted by counties and what is expected and what's going to be happening. I found that very informative, picked up information from law enforcement agencies, from district attorneys, from county councils, things of that sort. Was able to foster good relationships with our new incoming board. Our new board president for CSAC is going to be, actually he's already installed, and that's going to be Richard Foster from Amador County, our neighboring county to the north. I did attend a town hall meeting in Murphy's on Saturday. Was able to speak with CAL FIRE and actually the folks of Forest Meadows Homeowner Association in regards to the Butte fire and things that were associated with that. Additionally, we talked about future plans for Forest Meadows as far as additional escape routes, things of that type, and things that we can address in the future after we look back on what happened in the Butte fire. It was a very informal meeting with the residents providing all the questions for discussion, and I thought it was very worthwhile. It was one of the first times we were able to meet with Forest Meadows since I took office, and I was really appreciative of the participation by the residents there. I've got my calendar filled for coming events before the first of the year as far as meetings and things of that sort, but I continue to take an active interest, and I plan to be more active in outside committees and events in our county starting January 1st. Thank you.
I had the real pleasure of getting myself invited to a Rotary breakfast last Wednesday in Valley Springs. David Tuno, a planning commissioner from District 5, was there making a presentation on the general plan, so I got to study it twice when this came out. Hear him too, and I do want to give another shout out to the planning commission. These people have been working extraordinarily hard and doing an incredible job for us. All of them have been. And it was a good thing for me to attend. On Thursday, I attended COG, the COG meeting here, and reiterate what Supervisor Pawnee said. It was a good meeting. We heard a lot of information was shared. On Friday, I attended the Commission on Aging meeting. I sort of begged my way into having them adopt me as a de facto member because their expertise helps me with my JPA 12 understandings. And after the meeting, stayed at Foothill Village, which was where the meeting was held, and they hosted an incredible lunch that was a very nice time. It was a very classy facility, and was glad to be a part of it. On Saturday morning, I was at the parade in Valley Springs. I finally achieved my greatest goal and got to be the traffic monitor.
I have pictures.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it was fun.
Yeah, and I didn't get to do it in the 6th grade, so I finally got it. And the parade was pretty incredible because I've been to them in the past, but there were more entries this year than there have been. Everybody seemed to be having a great time.
41 entries.
Yeah, wow. And a shout out to the VSABA and Bud and Candace Kesey. They put a lot of effort into it. It turned out very nice. And that evening I went, there was another event I wanted to go to on behalf of fire, and I'm sorry I couldn't make that. I was at the Terrace Shopping Center where they light their Christmas tree first time. That was very well attended. So, I really get a feeling that commerce is alive and well in the county, and it's really starting to come back, and I'm very, very encouraged. This Thursday, I have a JPA 12 joint meeting in Sonora, and I'm looking forward to the 1 to 3 inches of rain that has been predicted while I travel over there. Thank you.
Okay. The first 5 meeting coming up Friday, and community action agency meeting coming up next Monday as well. That's probably going to be a fun meeting. And I will say that it's pretty exciting. There's a new market opened in McCollum Hill, and I remember going to a market there when I was a kid, and I'm really happy to see that there is as you were saying about private enterprise, that there's a new market there. That's wonderful. And, I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but I will go there and help them buying stuff. So in that sense, I encourage everybody to do the same. And that's all.
So as Debbie said, Columbia opened their first campus in Calaveras at the Vallecito School, and it's called Columbia College Community Outreach. Something that has been in the works for quite a while. And the nice thing about it is Columbia and Delta College are collaborating on classes so that we can have better post-secondary education classes within all of Calaveras County. So some of them are being held here at the high school, some of them will be held up there at Vallecito. So it was actually a really nice campus too. It's cute. It's a real neat place. And they have a sign. I like the sign. It's a real good one. And she was talking about the transit and all of that, but also like see if we can't get Caltrans to let them put up a sign stating that the campus is there. So it's one of the
in
things.
The works.
Sorry?
It's in the works.
So you're working on that? Okay, good. So hopefully we can get Caltrans to do that, and that will. It's important to I think the people of Calaveras County to know that we have something permanent and stationary here as far as post-secondary education. So that gives us opportunity. On the 29th, went to the American Legion Christmas dinner. I knew you were going to say that. In Valley Springs. Supervisor Kearney was there as well, and a real nice dinner. It was pretty informal. Food was great. Food was really great, and it was a lot of fun. I had a good time there, and so I got to meet Robert Packinger. Actually, was there. He just got inducted into the American Legion with his multiple kids. What does he have, 4 or 5 kids? 4 kids.
He's a 7-year veteran of the Air Force too, by the way.
Yeah. So he and his wife was there and was there with his kids, and I sat across from his kids. We had fun. I threatened to eat their food, and they guarded it well, so that was good. And then on the 5th was the Valley Springs Christmas Parade. 41 entries, like Steve was saying. He was the guy with the sign and the vest on. Stop, go. That was kind of cool. I was judged with Jason Robitel, Chief Robitel, and Judge Barrett. It was the kids that come through there, man, are just fantastic. The little dancers, I really get a kick out of that. That night, and I also brought the sound for that. And then that night, it was Kids Country Christmas over here at the San Andreas Town Hall, which I was also responsible for the sound there. So Sunday morning, I was wiped out pretty much, and I don't think I've recovered really since then. But that was a fun program. That was like old-fashioned family atmosphere, kids doing fun things type program, and there was a lot of kids singing, and there was activities for kids. It was mostly for kids. And
isn't there a benefit to it?
They actually, everything that they made there will go to the Butte Fire victims. So they're gonna whatever they made, they'll write a check to the Calaveras County Realtors Association. Good. And it'll go towards, because they wanted to go towards sheds, and that was what they wanted to do. So, on 12/8, which is tomorrow, I'll be at the GBA Sigma meeting, Groundwater Basin Authority, and I'll find out what that's all about when we get there. And then on 12/9, I'm going to RCRC up in Sacramento, and that's all I have.
Mm-hmm. Just wanted to reiterate what I said earlier, so everyone is aware. The medical marijuana discussion will be agendized for the next board meeting on the 22nd. So all people are aware and noticed of that it is coming back. And we will have that discussion on the 22nd.
So bring cookies.
Mr. Chair, may I take 30 seconds? Unfortunately, I failed to realize that I failed to mention I attended the Christmas tree lighting in Avery, the Christmas tree lighting in Dorrington, and the Murphy's Christmas parade. If I didn't get that in, I'd probably
I'm
watch
surprised
out.
you don't have a white beard.
I say Santa Claus. I'm surprised Santa.
I feel like Santa Claus, or at least one of his reindeer.
Yeah.
Not Rudolph's on.
Yeah. All right, so we have to go into closed session.
Public comments.
Public comments. I've tried that like 6 times already.
Oh, and I forgot to attend the Wounded Warriors thing at Irish Wyoming.
Yeah, I didn't see you there.
Yeah.
You know why I didn't see you at the Murphy's parade?
Who's that?
Because I was at the north end with the flag.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
I don't know, I was on the float.
Oh, that's fine.